Here, take him. He's wet.
Well, somebody better change him or he'll get a rash on his winky.
We're sorry we had to disturb you, Harry, but he's running a fever of 103.
What do you think it is?
Well, he could be teething, it could be the flu, and...
Worse, paralyzed with fear. I kept thinking to myself, what is a simple Protestant farm girl doing in the parking lot of a gin mill in a flashy, fast-paced city like Tyler's Landing? So did you get out of the truck or what? Of course. I marched up to the door.
Agreement that says what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine.
You want me to sign a prenuptial agreement. You want me to sign a prenuptial agreement. Stanley, whatever happened to openness and honesty? And commercial is off.
No, it isn't. I got the director to change his mind.
Then he's coming back here to shoot the commercial?
No, he doesn't want to get anywhere near Rose. He's going to shoot it at his studio.
But if he shoots it at his studio, then I get screwed and have nothing to show for it. The Woods did once when I was a young'un.
I mean, besides using phrases like neck of the woods and young'un?
They burned books. The townspeople made a big pile of them out in front of the library, and they threw a torch on top. Only Big Daddy was outraged. He fought his way through that crowd, clawed his way to the top of that. No job is worth having to date women.
Blanche, bilingual refers to a person who speaks more than one language.
Oh, well, why did I think it was something sexual?
Anyway, that's why I signed up for a Spanish class at night school.
Now, that's all. It's been a real pleasure. Good night. Lucy, you're grounded for the rest of your stay here.
And Blanche, wait. You're embarrassing me. Now, why don't you go get a good night's sleep and we'll talk about it when I get home tomorrow.
I don't think you heard what I said. You are not going anywhere.
And Blanche, I'm 20 years old. I'm going wherever I please.
As well as I get along with those kids, they need you. They're growing up without you, Richard, and it's hurting them. And right now, the most important thing should be the children. Not getting married. And not Gresham on the coast. And not trying to squeeze in a week for a honeymoon. Oh, Beth. No. Oh, Rose. Italian men are just the sexiest, most romantic, most gorgeous men in the world. And of course, they just worship me because I'm blonde and feminine and young with a great body.
What mirror do you use?
He can do better.
Coach, let me save you a speech. Kevin deserves an F, and that's what he's getting.
In all the years I've been at St. Sebastian's, Kevin Kelly's the best athlete I've ever coached. For the very first time, we got a genuine shot at taking state. With Kevin playing, we could win that game in our sleep.
Wanted to thank me for the work that I've been doing on the Hotchkiss project.
Oh, that's lovely. Just lovely. Especially since there wasn't all that much work involved.
Ma, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing with the sherry?
Don't worry. I'm not going to drink it. I was just going to hide it from the dog. Alvin, am I sitting in the right place?
Depends. If you're looking to catch a bus to Jacksonville, you could be in big trouble.
You old geezer, you know what I'm talking about.
Half the time, I suspect you don't know what you're talking about. Especially when you start all that muttering in Italian. I swear you make up half those words.
Princes and kings leave their wives in palaces and dance the bossa nova.
Excuse me, what does that mean?
I think it means today is placebo pill day. I'm going to bed.
This is all very confusing. Now, I'm supposed to meet a Dorothy Zbornak at this address.
Stop. So what are you going to say?
I don't know. I just want to say a few words to give the man some dignity and show him a little respect.
Ready?
To run with the bulls in Pamplona? What was the point, Rose?
I guess after the baby came, they needed more room. The point of the story. Well, gradually they were able to make friends, and they ended up the most popular family in town. But only because they went out and met.
Ma.
Is it morning already?
No. I just wanted to ask you a question.
What?
How would you react if you were told that one of your kids was gay?
Your brother Phil is gay? I knew it. When he was a kid, we couldn't keep him away from those gladiator movies.
Our photograph.
Yeah, well, I want to have a...
Ma, how did you know?
Because you had the same look of panic on your face when you got pregnant. Kind of like a deer caught in the headlights of a car. I thought only pregnant teenagers had that expression until I saw Dan Quayle on TV. Stickball on the corner.
Ma, they were beating a man. That was sort of why I called the police.
Ah, they were just having a good time.
Now look, Ma, I don't...
I hope we didn't wake you. My sisters and I couldn't sleep. We felt terrible about the things we said to you this afternoon.
We didn't agree on much of anything, did we?
Look, neither one of us wants...
This Gladys Feinbaum. Look at her, green with envy. Eat your heart out, Feinbaum.
Just party. When it's done, I'd like you to take a look at it.
Oh, I'd be happy to, Mr. Allen.
Be happy to, Mr. Allen. My, Dorothy, aren't we licking boots a little early this morning?
I had a light breakfast. Here's your mail.
Why don't you just tell me what's in...
Tired. I dreamed all last night that I was a car muffler. And when I woke up this morning, I was exhausted.
That's brilliant. How do you come up with these?
Well, I learned most of them as a child, but they're still very relevant today.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I'll be ready to go in just a minute. I had Hannah do my makeup while my pedicure was drying, so all I have to do is change my shoes. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
I think I'm dying. But then again, this 104 fever may be clouding my judgment.
You know what might happen to me if I didn't do my duty?
What?
Free swimming lessons with a cement kickboard.
Hi, girls.
Rose, honey, is something wrong?
No, I'm just a little depressed.
Oh, come on now, Rose. If there's something wrong, you can
You certainly wouldn't have worn those shoes with that dress.
Oh, now, just a minute here, Mr. DeKimmel. I see no reason for you to be insulting my friend Rose or her shoes. Oh, my Lord, look at those things. Well, the Pilgrims landed in nicer shoes.
Yes, do forgive me, ladies. My...
Poor Gloria. Literally. All right, I'll tell you what, Gloria. Right now, you're lonely, you're disoriented. Maybe you need a little distraction. Why don't I introduce you to some men?
Oh! In his 80s. You just show me a woman in her 50s who can do that, and don't tell me Joan Collins. That woman belongs in a wax museum.
All right, it is not just menopause, it's what it represents to you, growing older.
Yes.
And growing older represents a loss of attractiveness.
Yes.
Is that all there is to you? Sex appeal?
You had a Belgian waffle stand?
Well, actually, they were English muffins that I carved little ridges in. But people bought them anyway. I was cute then, so I could get away with it.
Don't worry, you get cute again when you hit 80. How do you think I'm gonna peddle this slop?
How was your date?
What do you think about that?
It's hard to tell, Blanche. We'd need to see both earrings on.
I bought it to help Rose and me win the bowling tournament this year.
You think you have a shot at the trophy? I thought the Nielsen twins were unbeatable.
Oh, I don't really care whether we win or not. I just...
Crying out with pain and making the most spectacular comeback since Dennis Hopper.
Are you all right, Sophia? Of course I'm all right. It's just that halfway to the contest I realized I forgot the wine.
For your muscles, marinara?
No, for me. I always drink wine during cooking contests and my sister Sam.
Knock it off, Rose.
It's just that I've always dreamed about learning to tap dance, and I guess I get too gung-ho about things. When I was a child, I used to get overexcited and pet the cat too hard. We're talking about the sacred institution of marriage here. Are you willing to sacrifice the happiness of these two kids for the almighty dollar?
Yes.
I just wanted to be sure we were in agreement. Ramon, I'm going to put Priscilla on now.
Oh, Sal, I'd sneak away up to my room and make out with Cousin Abernathy.
The room has that sense of tradition.
Virginia.
Hello, Blanche. Dorothy.
Virginia, so sorry about your father.
Thank you. Nice of you to come.
I was just going to make a pot of tea. Anybody?
Every time the teacher turned her back, little Debbie Tansey did something she shouldn't. Of course, her mother was the same way every time her father turned his back. The woman was a real tramp.
Yeah. But you digress.
Right. So there's Debbie putting gum in your hair, hiding your lunch, stealing your...
Are you sure this is the right place?
No, but it was the only address we could find in Pepe's room.
Oh, I still feel uncomfortable about going through Pepe's things.
Me too. Although it was kind of exciting opening his closet and seeing his little boxing trunks hanging there with that provocative nickname on them.
Daughter.
She's not.
No. You are our daughter.
Please ignore him. The man spent 90 days on the high seas drinking grain alcohol from a goat bladder.
Dominique speaking the truth. After Gina...
Have a place to sleep.
Look, I sympathize with your problem. For $75, you can sleep in the lobby and I won't have you arrested for loitering.
$75? That's a lot of money.
I know, ma'am. That's why I want it.
Go.
Gee, this... I guess that's just a mother's nature. Well, I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Blanche, listen, my mom lives in Oregon. You know, I don't get a home-cooked meal too often. It'd be okay if I stop by sometime?
I think that would be great. And now I don't care. And then go climb back under your slimy rock with all the rest of your slimy friends. And don't you ever call here again. Dorothy, call Stan.
Blanche, why don't you admit what you did? You made a mistake.
But there's one thing I do have.
What's that, Mom?
2,000 shares of Xerox, which I bought at my health. I've got my health.
Listen, Ma, I made an appointment for you for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Either you go and get your hearing checked, or I will make life miserable for you.
It was a tragedy. She was my only real competition. Dead. Muffin?
I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so darn angry. My name's Blanche.
John Quinn.
Howdy do.
I don't know about you, but I sure feel too old to be stood up.
Well, you're not the only one. This is the 4th time that man is canceled. He just found somebody better, that's all.
Oh, Blanche.
Yes, he did. Somebody younger and prettier.
Blanche, it can't be.
Well,
Now, what happened?
Blanche and I went dancing. She was sure she could out-dirty dance me, even though I am better in class. So we went to a club. Well, I got up first, and I was pretty good. And then Blanche got up.
And she was bad?
Well, I couldn't tell. I was blinded by the reflection off some gold chain. Wonderful that they became so close between the airport and here. I hardly ever speak to my cab drivers.
Rose, Doug is not a cab driver.
No, ma'am. Actually, I'm a policeman.
Oh! Well, what's a policeman doing bringing fares from the airport? And crackers.
Cheese and crackers, Rose. Not eggs geflufen? Ham and Gunterhagens? Pigs and a Svengebluten?
No, but you sure know how to make a... With that award.
I'm sorry we're late, but we couldn't find the table. But then I recognized Dorothy's hacking. Everybody, this is Raoul.
It's a pleasure.
Russ.
Look, Ma, I am a grown woman and I have needs.
Needs? You need food. You need air. You need a better wrinkle cream. You don't need Sport Nookie. This is wrong for you, Dorothy.
Wrong for me? You know, Ma, get one. I am very susceptible. I have low resistance. I have a tendency to be anemic, right, Ma?
You're a hypochondriac.
That too.
Oh, Gesundheit.
Excuse me, I'm
Stay
sorry.
away from me, Rose.
Will you hold still? If you don't let me finish, I'll never get this dress ready by Saturday.
If I get near her, I won't need it on Saturday. I'll be home in bed.
Dora.
No, I did not order 40 fry pans. It was 40 bedpans. I'm sorry, you were telling me.
What we wanted to talk to you.
Sorry. Hello. Oh, good. Tell him to drop it off at the South End loading dock. Right. I'm so sorry. It's always like this.
Well, I'd love to stick around and be belittled.
Fine, fine. You've eaten. Go somewhere else and wallow.
Better be careful, Dorothy. You're not the only ex-wife I have.
Then why do you keep bothering me?
You're the only one who answers the door.
A gentleman. I realize this time it's only Stan, but next time it could be somebody appealing or charming or at least reasonably good looking. No offense, Stan.
None taken. Dorothy, could we talk for a minute?
Of course, for a minute. Come on.
You bring your wife with you, or did you make her stay home and clean out her toy box?
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Sophia. There are men's voices that get me going like that, too.
Blanche, there are men's socks that can get you going.
Hi, everybody. Hi. And do we all remember what today is? I'll go out on a limb and say Thursday, but you can't go now.
Dorothy. Dorothy, look at you. You're as beautiful now as you were then. How have you been?
I love you.
Just not around anybody in uniform.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer true. The spokesmodel category on Star Search. But then again, you work your wonders in mysterious ways. A couple of years ago, on a night like this, I would have frozen to death because I was by myself. Now I have Dorothy and Blanche and Sophia to keep me warm. Not just on it brings you guys to Miami. Wait a minute. I'll bet this has something to do with the St. Olaf Woman of the Year award.
Oh, no wonder she's a finalist.
Did I win?
Not yet. A lot will depend on verifying the facts in this here biography.
Oh, this is so exciting. In every position more than
My position? Oh, goodness, no. The goddess position. We have our problems, too.
Especially when the goddess is twice the size she used to be. That you're leaving.
Well, Warden, I could make a break for it, but I'm afraid you'd shoot me going over the wall.
Sophia, couldn't you just visit, Phil? You don't have to move in permanently.
And besides, honey, you're not going to be comfortable there. They live in a trailer.
You won't have any privacy. I bet you don't even get your own bedroom.
Please, we all have our own rooms here, and I still don't...
Girl Scout camp, and you said we were going to have more fun than any two people ever had.
They want me out.
Yesterday.
Dorothy, I don't get it. I know God wants my life to be meaningful. That's not going to happen unless I'm here.
Ah, your life is meaningful. You do nothing but help other people. So how do you like being retired?
Actually, I intend to work. I just got my first assignment to write an article for the book review section. I'm a little nervous. It's due next week.
Oh, well, now you know how we used to feel when you would assign us a book report.
I was living for the day, pussycat.
You were mooning a chain gang.
And did you see the smiles on their faces? They probably hadn't seen a woman in years.
I guess not. No, they kept up with us through 4 warning shots.
And you can smell their pipe tobacco and their maleness. And then their arm accidentally brushes against your bosoms, and the room is filled with the heat of a taboo lust.
Grief counselor, it's what you do for a living.
I know, but I have the highest suicide rate in the office.
Look, Rose, if you don't want to go out with Stan, just say so.
I don't want to go out with Stan.
Oh, honey, I know that going out with Stan is a big favor.
The biggest? You're asking me to spend the one who won the tickets?
Yeah, well, my mom's the one who's bailing us out.
I lost Butter Queen. Haven't I suffered enough?
We'll draw straws.
No.
We'll flip a coin.
No.
Sophia, we had this all settled. Now try and be understanding.
Understanding, I came down here to bail you out and you're still not letting me go?
Ma, will you stop complaining?
Intimidating. This way, I'm just one of the guys.
You think a lot of these kids, don't you?
Oh, hey, so do you.
Well, I do, but I don't know. I sense a special dedication from you. It's nice.
Oh, thanks, Dorothy. I've been at this a long time. I watch these kids grow. I know their families. I've been to their homes for dinner.
Really? You've been to their homes for dinner?
Really? Yes. But never mind about that. Let's talk about you. You look like you lost a little weight, sugar.
I have.
You know, at your age, when you lose weight, your skin just hangs there like, yeah, like leaves on a willow.
I haven't lost that much.
Why did I ever let that happen?
Because he got you drunk.
Why am I even discussing this with you?
Beats the hell out of me.
A dime. Confided in each other. If I betrayed that trust, she'd never forgive me. I'd never forgive myself.
Well, then I think you should talk to her as soon as she gets back.
Well, I think you're right. I do need to try and straighten this out. I don't know what to say to her.
I used to know a girl like that in Sicily. She slept with every Tom, Dick, and Vito in our village.
Yeah. You know, it's really been interesting. I got hit, did chores, learned all about handicapped animals. All in all, it hasn't been half bad. And if it's all right with you, I wouldn't mind living here full time.
Lie.
Oh, Ma, come on. Are you saying that you never stretched the truth with me?
Those were harmless lies.
So all first-grade girls wear men's shoes?
I put bows on them, didn't I? You do the best you can.
And for Dorothy and me to meet some men.
Me too, me too.
Dorothy?
Oh, my God, somebody get help!
Oh, girls, thank God you're here. I'm sorry I scared you. The doctor just wants me to stay here overnight for observation.
Honey, don't feel sorry for you.
That'd be a start.
Nah, the Sophia I know is a survivor. That's why we got married. You beat out a lot of other women.
Oh, yeah, there was a hell of a long line waiting to get to you, Sal. What's the name of that girl with the warts?
You see, some things you do remember.
Blanche, I know this is crazy, but I talked to him and I really think it is George. And I think you should talk to him too.
I'm scared.
Listen, if you need us, we'll be out on the lanai.
And miss this like hell we will.
Shady Pine.
I just got a special delivery letter from St. Olaf. Uh-oh. It's from the Department of Water and Coffee.
Coffee?
No, thanks. It makes me jumpy.
My name isn't Sophia Pahawkins.
Excuse me.
the hell is going on?
I just love weddings.
Oh, me too, me too.
You think you'll ever get married again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
Me neither. How about you, Blanche?
Oh, absolutely. If the right man ever came along, of course he'd have to have the body of a Mr. Mel Gibson, the personality of a Mr. Johnny Carson, and the financial resources of Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. I was just leaving. Only I want to say something to you first, Margaret.
What is it, Blanche?
Well, it looks like you and I have more in common than we thought. We both love Big Daddy. We want him to be happy. So welcome to the family.
And baggies for me to bring back hors d'oeuvres. You're wearing a girdle.
Yeah, and padded shoulders. Is my head sweating?
No. Stan, the reason I came...
Is the wedding still on?
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't it be?
He's right. Why wouldn't it be? Dorothy, come on, let's go powder our noses before the ceremony.
Made with milk, sugar, honey, a whole lot of love, and just a drop of sunshine.
Honey, why don't you leave the poor man alone?
I know if he got to know me, he'd like me.
Boy, I got to know you. I don't like you.
You just say that.
Repeatedly.
Rose, you've become a...
Excuse me, Blanche Devereaux?
I'm Blanche Devereaux.
Blanche, my pet, I'm afraid there's been a terrible mistake. This gentleman thinks I stole your car.
My car? You stole my car?
Borrowed, precious.
That's his story, but I know what happens with older folks like yourself.
Expense.
At least Blanche kept her word. She didn't laugh.
And you know why? I was singing a little song in my mind, Camptown Races. I didn't hear a word you said.
She said she had a date tonight and she wants you to go out with him.
Hi, Rose. Hey, what you doing?
Oh, it's a variation on an old idea. Homemade Mr. Potato Heads. You take a baked potato and you give him 2 little raisins.
You should go and stick to your guns.
Right. I've made my decision. I'm going to stand by it. No matter what happens, I'm not going to turn back. I forgot my raincoat. Silly.
Now what'd you forget?
I forgot a kid.
You find anything?
Oh, I found one job I wanted. I would have been perfect for it. But they told me I was too old.
What kind of job?
Assistant manager in a pet store. I don't know why they didn't hire me. I worked in a pet store in St. Olaf for 10 years. I mean, I was the one who thought up big squeaky toys for cows. Carnival. And I was having the greatest time. Eating candied turnips and guessing how many sweet potatoes were in the glass jar, bobbing for yams. I had a knack of always coming up with the firmest, most appealing yams.
I was once told I had the firmest, most appealing gam.
Orphanage, taking in the homeless, running them soup kitchens.
Emma did all that. Oh, she's a saint. How did I ever beat her?
Rose, there's something we have to tell you. You see, what Blanche and I did was, well...
Rose, what Dorothy's trying to say is that we just love...
That feather from Vito meant he's somewhere down here in Miami. So now it's up to me to take care of him.
Oh, Ma, come on. Do you really expect us to believe that you're going to go through with this?
Believe what you want, Dorothy. Sicilians take these things very seriously. No, that was for you. It was a mascara note. Anyway, I can get out of this. The game's not over till the fat lady sings.
I'm singing in the rain.
What are you doing here?
Dorothy, I have a confession to make. I slipped through the cracks of the St. Olaf school system.
It's very hard to believe. I've seen you almost complete a TV Guide crossword puzzle.
It's true. You're looking at a woman without a sheepskin.
I've got an extra in my wallet I could give you.
It's got his schnoz down her blouse. This begins a beautiful love affair. Kids, I was that peasant girl. And the schnoz was Charles the Mole.
Charles the Mole?
Yeah, Charles the Mole. He was the wheelman.
Look, Ma, we're not getting anywhere. Blanche wants James and Thomas. I'll try to save them. You go over there with frickin' frack and try to ditch them.
You want me to offend them?
Pretend they're family.
Be ridiculous. In fact, I wish Janet were here to see how wonderful her mother and her little girl are getting along. I just know she's gonna let her come back year after year. I'll go get the music.
You be sure and get some sleep tonight, sweetheart, so you'll be all rested when we go to the zoo tomorrow.
I'm not going to the zoo.
Are you kidding? I'm supposed to be dead. These are your twilight years.
Ma, I never needed you more. I'm about to do something that is very important to me. I mean, I could fall flat on my face.
Fall the other way, it's funnier.
Girls, come look at the tree. Oh, isn't it breathtaking?
Oh, it sure is.
And now it's always gonna be there.
And all because of Mrs. Claxton.
Yeah, you know, I guess you were right all along, Rose. Mrs. Claxton did have a reason for being here.
You know that.
That's my minor point. My major point is that, like Rosie, you're screwing around in the bedroom when there are important things to do outside.
Yeah, I can't believe it. That makes sense. I mean, you went the long way around, but that actually makes sense. Look who's calling the vase Ming.
There's just one hitch. I need 3 more people to get the group rate at the hotel.
I thought hotels always gave you the group rate.
Yeah, sweetheart, but this is for the whole night.
Pop's been dead 27 years.
What's your point?
What are you saying?
Isn't it obvious, Dorothy? She showered with a dead man for 5 years.
Rose, what did you want?
I got 2 tickets to the hottest Norwegian musical in town.
Rose, you've really...
Well, it's unspeakable. That's what it is. Absolutely unspeakable.
Oh, Blanche, are you pretending you just found your first gray hair again?
Dorothy, just because you have to walk around looking like an English lawyer doesn't mean everybody has to. For your information, I'm upset because I had
At the time, I was nibbling a giant shrimp out of Jerry Reed's hand.
You're making this whole thing up just to rub it in. You have never met these people.
Jealousy is a very ugly thing, Dorothy. And so are you in anything backless.
Blanche, what's wrong?
Nothing.
What is it, Blanche?
Nothing.
But you've been crying, honey. Or are those tears of joy?
Joy. Joy.
Is that joy?
It doesn't look like joy.
You know, my motto today could be the last day of the rest of your life.
Sophia, I'll bet with a few tips from me, you can have this guy Tony in bed in no time.
That's good, because that's exactly how much time we have.
No, my mother does not. But as you grow older, your body changes.
It falls apart.
Oh, it does not fall apart.
For 50 years, I had the body of Cheetah Rivera. One morning, I woke up, my butt looked like the neck of a bulldog.
Well, I remember the first time I felt I was getting older. I was visiting...
I couldn't eat another bite. I gotta tell you, even though you eat raw fish and you like to listen to a piano being tuned, I find you awfully cute.
Sophia, cuter.
My business. I will have you know that before you came to work here, honey, everything was my business. Now show me that paper.
I'm sorry, Blanche, I can't.
I knew you'd been hiding something. You no good backstabbing Jezebel. I demand you show me that paper.
I'm sorry, flattery won't work.
What's the matter, honey? Did you have a bad time with Ray?
It wasn't Ray. His ex-wife, Myra, ran into the chowder heads where we were eating and started yelling at me. And then she grabbed a lobster out of the tank and forced me out of the booth.
How
was the lobster at Chowderheads. So I'm the one musketeer. I'll make new friends.
You won't believe the horrible thing I just heard on the radio.
Oh, Rose, we go through this every time. This is merely a test in the event of an actual emergency.
No, the news! I was just listening to the news, and the cheese man isn't dead.
Curtis Borgnine.
I just fixed a special treat for David. It's the same little after-school snack I used to make for my own son. A triple-decker BLT, a hearty helping of homemade potato salad, and a great big slice of double chocolate fudge cake.
Oh, where was he going after school? The electric chair?
Dorothy, she could take shorthand. And I did have an affair with her.
I am shocked. That airhead could take shorthand.
Look, Dorothy, tomorrow I am checking into the hospital and I may never come out. And if that's the case...
We can do that. Wait. But I didn't get my New Year's kiss, and it's almost midnight. Darn it. I gotta kiss somebody at midnight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I remember when I was a little girl when we'd get depressed. Grandma could always cheer us up. She'd take out her dentures and she'd take a healthy swig from the aquarium. And then she'd put a flashlight under her chin and we could watch the goldfish swim from cheek to cheek.
I even tried to help her find her little old gypsy mama.
Well, I lied to Stan. I used to tell him how great he was in bed. It was really very difficult, but fortunately, I only had to tell him on his birthday.
Be afraid of? Just remember, pull, pull. Oh no, that's skeet shooting. Well, never mind. We'll be just fine. Oh, doctor, by the way, the reason that the baby's father isn't here is because he's busy.
I read the form. I have a pretty good idea what he's busy doing.
Don't be too tough on her. I mean, look how great you turned out.
Merci.
Isaac, would you get us some champagne?
Is that the stuff that's in the bottle or in the bowl? Well, never mind. I'll figure it out.
Listen, Rose, we have to talk to you.
I want to talk to you, too. Isaac is the shyest man I've ever met. He won't even...
Fat man.
Well, good night, Blanche.
Well, what's your hurry? Why don't you come in for a nightcap?
Oh, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, I like to put out.
discuss anything about what he wrote in his letters.
Yeah, Rose, what
listen,
we really have to do...
I guess I shouldn't push it. I mean, if he wants to hide the romantic side of himself because it embarrasses him, that's fine with me. I just don't understand why he won't explain how a smudge pot works.
Yes, look, Rose...
Here you are, ladies. 2 champagnes.
Thank you. There's a dance.
4-time champion? How? This woman is an idiot.
Oh, really? She didn't get knocked up in high school. And now...
Also, there was a great deal of trust that grew up between the writers and the actors and myself as a conduit between the two. And if something wasn't working on the stage, and I called up and said, this scene isn't working, you might want to look at it before a run-through, they didn't question, well, let us...
Oh, I'm going to miss you very much.
Oh, I'm going to miss you too, Mom.
Are you sure you won't let me drive you to the airport?
No, I'll be fine. Dorothy, Sophia, thank you for having me.
Don't thank me, thank my grandson.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the severe storm front that is passing through the area, all flights in and out of Miami International Airport have been canceled at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Have a Merry Christmas.
These are the after pictures of satisfied customers. I was thinking about having my breasts done like hers.
All right, Blanche, but do you think black really suits you?
Here goes sweetheart. Dorothy, have you ever heard of something called dirty dancing?
Well, of course, Blanche.
Oh, I know it. You're right. It's just terrible. If I get up in the middle of the night, I eat.
Wait a minute. You know something? We're being selfish. I mean, Rose's problem is more important than my date.
Am I losing 2 pounds?
3 pounds.
She has to face reality.
I am.
Calm down, everybody. How did this happen?
I remember. That moron made us promise we'd have our heads frozen in meat 100 years later.
And we did it?
Excellent riveter.
I can understand how you could confuse the two.
Anyway, the point is, guilt is a very bad thing. Story over.
I was just talking to Lily. I hear you're moving with her back to Chicago.
That's right.
Good idea. Now you can ruin you with you.
Me too.
Oh, thanks, girls. Oh, you know, I can't believe this is happening. I was so careful about my finances all my life. I thought that by now I'd have some sort of security. And here I am, flat broke.
I know what you mean. I never dreamt I'd be single and...
Many. But it just wasn't there. And then you happened, and it was as if George had just stepped right back into my life again. I just don't want to feel that incomplete. We had a perfect evening.
Oh, that is beautiful.
But isn't it a shame you didn't look behind the tree the first time? You could have had 2 perfect times.
I'll draw a face on my hand.
Ma, what are you doing up?
I've got an hour till my paper route starts, so I thought I'd do some chin-ups. I was worried about Rose. I'm a member of this family, too.
I'm sorry. Ma, that's really very sweet, considering that we have to get up so darn early.
But she was never sure whether Sven's pleading was the pain talking or the medication talking or the guy in the next bed talking. You see, the guy in the next bed was Ingmar von Bergen, St. Olaf's meanest ventriloquist.
This is Herb Shrewsbury, our lawyer.
So what are my chances, Shyster, or do you prefer ambulance chaser?
Ma, he's here to help you. Are you nuts?
If it helps.
Well, the trial is set for a month from now, so I'm going to need some character witnesses.
Maybe you should start by interviewing me.
When I told her, she said, Rose, honey, you're just a little girl. You have your entire life before you and the whole world to see. Now, you wait until you grow up and get sophisticated and marry at 15 like your sisters. But you didn't. No, I was always kind of the gypsy of the family. Does it? Oh. Well, I guess there isn't much point in sitting out here anymore, is there?
Oh, I don't know, Rose. Such a nice night. Let's stay a while.
Okay.
How long is your cousin Sven going to be staying here with us?
Just a couple of days. On Saturday, he's flying back to St. Olaf to meet his fiancée.
Oh, she went all alone?
No, he's never met her. It's an arranged marriage. See, little Sven's father, we call him Big Sven.
Bye.
Oh, Blanche, I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. Girls, I have something very important to tell you.
What is it?
Look.
He proposed.
Oh, Blanche, that is the biggest diamond I've ever seen.
I know. Sophia, I said abhorred.
Abhorred, a slut, a tramp, it's all the same.
Ma, we're talking about Rose.
Yeah, lately she's been abhorred, too.
Frankly, I am worried. On Rice?
Right, maybe she's a little lax in the housework.
She is more than a little lax. She's habitually late. She's broken quite a number of glasses, and she threw out People magazine before I had a chance to read it.
But, Dorothy, look at all the wonderful things that have happened since Marguerite started working here. Well, you can try it on your right leg and then use the hot wax on your left one.
Why don't we just set each other on fire? Dorothy. All right, all right. Let's see if I...
Means it in the biblical sense.
I will not listen to this. Coffee, Ma, your bingo game's over already?
It wasn't a game. It was a travesty. They call 4 lousy numbers and boom, Gloria Rossi's a winner. They love, they hate, they eat. They dream, they hope, they eat. Every time you turn around, they eat.
Sophia, are those 4 women us?
Look in the mirror, blubber butt. The point I'm trying to make is what's going on here is living. Just because you afterglow.
So let's see if I've got this straight. You and this Max Weinstock were...
Getting it on.
Thank you.
If you're gonna write that down, make it 3 times a night. He'd like that.
Firmed and my breasts raised and my face lifted.
It's a shame to do all that and keep that hairdo.
We'd ought to pay it.
She's talking about me, isn't she?
No, Rose. She's talking about Spike Lee.
But don't get smart with me, Dorothy, just because you're out $10,000.
Me?
Well, face facts. I mean, we were already roommates.
Take care of
Ma!
I already take care of you 3, so I'll do a little more cleaning, a little more cooking, and make up 1 more bed in the morning.
Sophia, you don't make my bed.
I know. It's impossible to put a fitted sheet around a big, hairy guy named Ed.
Hello, everyone. Isn't it a lovely...
Oh, thank you, Rose. Thank you. You don't know what that means to me.
Rose, you remember a kiss unlocked your...
While I had to make big, huge sacrifices.
I'm not telling you. You're guessing. But to be perfectly honest, you're getting warmer.
Oh, what a wonderful night. Now that Bill's getting out of the service, we can build a life together.
Of course, Sal and Papa never got along anyway, so there was trouble even before we left Brooklyn. But once we hit Chicago, the car started making a strange noise. Salvador, what are you looking at? You don't have to pretend you know about cars. You want to impress me, learn to eat with a fork instead of a bread crust.
If you're asking me, he ran out of...
And so Dorothy Parker turned to Alexander Wolcott and said, if you laid all the women in this room end to end, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, I've never seen a menu with a table of contents before.
Skip ahead to chapter 5. It's the lunch menu.
Oh, gee, everything sounds so good. The crepes of wrath. The old man and the seafood salad. I think quality time together. You know, sometimes we'll be watching TV and I start wondering how many more times I have left like that. And I find myself staring at her and like I'm trying to freeze her face in my memory. Like I never want to forget one single line or wrinkle.
Because God has called me and I intend to answer.
You're really serious about this, aren't you?
Yes, Dorothy, this means a lot to me. Do you think I could leave you that easily?
A minute ago, you were going to spit on me.
Do you have this much trouble with your kids?
Thousands?
Yes, I have.
I mean, wherever you go,
I bet you torment and tease and tantalize every man you meet.
You're right again. Oh, come on, Jimmy, we're getting away from the point. I mean, you are missing the point. You are missing life. You are...
Wire between your legs feels like.
Gotcha.
Dorothy, how did this start? Cole Porter?
Gershwin.
Thank God I came in time. You didn't come in here to apologize. Why don't you leave?
Why should I apologize?
I'll tell you why. Because you're nothing but a backstabbing Judas in sensible shoes.
Oh, yeah? Well, you know what you are? You're a 2-lira tramp with cheap bridge work.
May you put your dentures in upside down and chew your head off.
The list of beneficiaries, and well, she was pretty far gone by then, but when we got to your name, she kept repeating in this weak little voice, I want her to have it. I want her to have it.
Well, I am surprised.
She was talking about her disease.
On fork at dinner. I know. Tonight you said our differences don't matter. But they did before, and they will again. Blanche, knowing you has been one of the best things that's ever happened to me in my whole life. Remember that.
Jake.
Please. Goodbye, Blanche.
Sweep the clothes on the rocks, not the dishes.
No wonder they broke.
Okay, who wants to go shopping?
It's a little early for that, isn't it, Renee?
Then we're going out to eat. It's either shopping or eating. Take your pick.
You didn't talk to him.
I couldn't.
Oh.
George was on call all weekend. 3 heart attacks.
To a T. Maybe I should have a mechanic check it out.
Oh, Rose, wake up and smell the coffee. An auto mechanic is the last person to take a car to. They only make money if they tell you there's something wrong with it.
Oh, that's a good point.
Boy.
You didn't have to do that.
Hope you like it. It's very popular in Minnesota. It's a maple syrup, honey, brown sugar, molasses, Rice Krispie long. One for each of you.
How sweet. How incredibly sweet.
Oh, come on now, we've got to get you two set.
The woman in those sketches is a dog.
Blanche.
She's a clown.
Blanche.
She's just a hideous, wrinkled old bag.
Blanche, the woman in those sketches is me.
I know she sounds like you, honey, but she's not.
Hello? Oh, hello, Big Daddy.
My father?
No, she's right here. Yeah, you take care, too. Bye-bye, Big.
Big Daddy? Big Daddy, how in the world are you? I'm just fine.
I don't know my own mother. Ah, here you are, Ma. I still have a couple of questions about our family history, if that's okay.
Fine. As long as you don't ask me about the Barges. I'll ask him. Vincenzo, quanto costa?
Costa? Oh, gratis, gratis. A me mi piace di lavorare e poi mi allontano dal centro, capisci? A me mi piace di stare in compagnia delle belle ragazzine, capisci?
He says he'll do it for nothing. He likes getting away from the center.
Come on, Ma. Now be nice. They're looking forward to your visit. The 6 boys are giving up their bedroom for you.
It'll be a miserable week. I don't even know why I'm going.
Ma, it's your grandson's graduation.
Big deal. Animal grooming school. He'll know how to make that fluffy ball at the end of a poodle's tail. I spit on you. Unless, of course, the sister would like to spit on you first.
I'm her daughter, Dorothy. You'll have to excuse my mother. She suffered a slight stroke a few years ago, which rendered her totally annoying. And what brings you here?
The valuation.
Sophia, we've come this far. Just think about the money. Think about it so hard that you block out everything else, especially him.
Hi, I'm Timmy. What's your name?
None of your business. Leave her alone.
Ma, the nurse won't...
Just so worried about the poor little thing.
Just can't sleep at all. You know, I'm such a lover of animals.
Well, she could be in a coma. Put a man within 5 miles, she'd roll over and shave her legs. Don't be ridiculous. I don't treat you like one. Ooh, here's $10. Go take your grandmother to see The Journey of Natty Gann.
Shut up and take the money. The hell with the movie. We'll double our money at the track, have a nice lunch in the park, and goof on bums.
Michael seems like
More a cone shape than a beret.
Anyway, Jean-Pierre must have known about my reputation for playing the field because right from the very beginning, he was convinced I couldn't be faithful. He would spy on me in my classes. He'd follow me home from school. Some nights, he would even shinny up the oak tree outside my bedroom door. It was in the shower. Sophia, hey, where have you been? I thought you were taking a nap.
I went to the video store.
Ma, I told you I'd go.
Forget it. The last time you brought back 7 brides for 7 brothers. You know how disappointed I was to...
Oh, I don't enter these for the prizes. I do it for the thrill of winning. The rush of adrenaline when you realize that you've grappled Madam Chance and flung her bloodied and beaten to the mat. And just when you think she's dead, she gets up and...
Sophia, what are you doing?
Painting numbers on my toes. I keep forgetting their names.
Lucy will be here any minute, honey. This doesn't look very nice.
I say let relatives see how you really live. That way they don't hang around.
Well, it so happens that my niece and I are very close.
Honey, Michael, I thought you were touring with that band.
Great news, Ma. I quit.
You quit? You just got the job 2 weeks ago.
I know, but I feel like I'm in a rut.
Michael, how are you going to support your wife?
Oh, more good news. Lorraine and I separated.
What do you mean?
I think he means that he and Lorraine...
I gotta get some sleep. I have to get up pretty soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night, honey.
Good night. Boy, we really have a problem.
I know. The police are doing nothing about my jewels.
Not that. There is a woman in there so terrified something is going to happen at night that she's...
Take me now, Lord.
No one expects trouble from a cow. The plan was we would drop these highly trained killer cows behind the enemy lines. It wasn't until they were airborne that we realized...
Anything interesting happen while I was gone?
Does this mean you're back?
If you'll have me.
Ma got a letter from Gina Marie Donatelli. Her cousin Joe is hanging new wallpaper in Tony Bennett's guest bathroom.
Honey, there's something in there that, well, what is the word I'm looking for? I don't know exactly how to say this.
Wait a minute. Where's Ma?
Oh, my God, no! The curse of the Zumbro Falls Tunnel!
Sophia?
Ma?
What?
Ma, where are you? Sure.
Yes, may I come in?
Oh, please, please, come right in. May I take your height? A hat.
Thank you. You must be Dorothy. Rose has told me all about you.
I wish I could say the same. Oh, sure. What do you want it for?
I'm working on a magic act for the talent show at the center. Abracadabra, 1, 2, 3. Relax. Dorothy, was your card the ace of spades?
You know what? I think tomorrow after class I will talk to Professor Cooper.
Good girl.
Whatever happened to your teacher, Mrs. Lenhoff?
Oh, gosh. Last I heard, she retired from teaching, opened a bed and breakfast someplace in Rhode Island.
Oh, no! No! Don't tell me he met Blanche and... slept with her.
Oh, now wait. I'm sure he didn't sleep with Blanche.
Well, how about this picture?
Well, I mean, just because a man is in Blanche's bed doesn't mean. So a guy makes one mistake. I mean, there has to be.
Not really nuns.
We're actually gorgeous private citizens.
Now I'm confused.
Come to the kitchen. I'll fix you some breakfast and explain the whole thing.
Look, everybody, the storm's letting up. Oh, I'm gonna run right on over to Walter's.
Aren't you going to change?
Rebecca, Jeremy, is there something you all would like to tell me?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Please, Becky, let me do it. Blanche, I'd like to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. I'd take the rest of her, but I've got a bad back.
Pat, because of one little slip disc, Morty has not taken me to the barbecue.
What a shame. You'll miss the foot-stomping version of Sunrise Sunset.
You know, this kind of thing has been happening to me a lot lately, and I think it's because I'm going out with men who are too old for me. In the last year, my average day, when you were a child, didn't you have some beautiful, fantastic place where you'd go, and it would seem just like a fairyland? Oh, that's right, you grew up in Brooklyn.
Dorothy, hurry, it's Sophia. She's passed out.
What? Oh, my God, Mom.
It seems that before I returned the dress, I was so busy putting the price tags back on, I neglected to remove the dry cleaning tag. Not only did they refuse to take the dress back, the store manager had the gall to accuse me of being dishonest.
Anyway, this could be kind of important.
What?
Do you remember Mr. Livingston, the guy whose rear end you smacked? Well, my insurance company just called, and the guy is claiming he hurt his back, and he's threatening a lawsuit unless we settle out of court.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know, and I'm the one he's suing because it's my...
For dinner. Dorothy, tell me something else that's on your list. An entertainer.
Entertaining people, getting my master's, and I wanted to sleep with Michael Del Vecchio.
Wait a minute, Michael Del Vecchio? Is he tall with black hair? Okay, here I go. Hello. Oh, my God, no!
All right, so he's not a 10.
Blanche, honey, please.
Oh, my God, what in hell? Why do you look like that? I don't believe this.
Blanche, who is this?
If I didn't know better.
Ma, do you know what time it is? You're what? Oh, the hell you are. Listen, you are not spending the night at Rocco's. Look, as long as you live under our roof, you will abide by our rules.
Just hate it. I haven't been dumped since Wade Honeycutt threw me over for Rebecca Wilkinson, a girl who did not value her reputation.
Did you let him get away with it?
Hell no.
What'd you do?
Slept with his brother. Come on, partner. Let's go get even.
Oh, please. Decorations in Macy's window, the show at Radio City, skaters on the ice at Mitsubishi Center.
In the old days on Christmas Eve, we used to go to midnight mass. Remember, Dorothy?
Sure I do. Oh, Ma. The music.
Who asked you? Picture it. Sicily, 1921. A beautiful young peasant girl saves her lira and takes a trip to Paris, the city of lights. Also, the only place a guy can wear a cape without getting a lot of funny looks. She wanders...
So humiliated in my entire life.
Oh, come on. You've been humiliated plenty. Remember when you tried out for cheerleading in high school?
Ma, why do you constantly look for ways to amuse yourself at my expense?
Because we don't have cable and I can't crochet.
Charming,
Yes.
irresistible to men.
My God, Clayton, you are me. But I still just can't...
Blanche, I spent a long time lying to myself. It felt a lot better when I stopped.
Well, I don't know how you're going to take this, so I'll tell you flat out. There's a lady friend that I've been spending a lot of time with recently.
Oh, do I know her?
Well, I don't think so. Helen and Rooney McCoy introduced me to the widow Spencer at their son's wedding a few months ago.
I'd like to meet her sometime.
Missy, she's going to be here tomorrow evening.
Fault.
But what did I do?
Well, you made us fire Marguerite, that's what, and now she's put a curse on us.
Come on now, you're just upset. You're talking nonsense.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me.
I rest my case.
Come on, Dorothy, you have to admit terrible things have been happening since we fired Marguerite. Our plump...
Rose, you're one of a kind.
That's what my husband used to say. You know, in a lot of ways, you remind me of Charlie. The way you laugh, the way you dance, even the
Rose.
Isn't Rebecca here with the baby yet?
Oh, no, she called and said she'd be a little late. You know, Blanche, it's so nice to see you take this much of an interest in your granddaughter.
Well, I have to. Jason thinks the baby's mine. Well, don't look at me that way.
We'll start first with Blanche from the green team. Blanche, show us your stuff.
You first, Mr. Game Show host.
Blanche, spin the wheel. You are landing on...
One more time.
It's been 4 years.
Well, I need 5 more minutes. I just need 4 years and 5 minutes.
All right, I'm coming. Hi. You're Blanche's daughter, the model.
I'm not sure. I think it's coconut. It's white on the inside, but there's a red ring around the outside.
Oh, that's my lipstick. I don't like coconut.
No, that's disgusting. That piece of chocolate was in your mouth, and I just put it in mine.
Big deal. We took a bite out of the same piece of chocolate called C. Everett Koop.
You Dorothy. Honestly, Rose, sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get a little compliment out of you.
What do you say, girls? Are you in this with me?
You bet we are, honey.
Oh, this is what friendship is all about. Banding together when the going gets tough. Sacrificing sleep and personal comfort.
Oh, now that's fine by me. I like to sit.
We know it's your second favorite position.
I don't mean sitting. I mean babysitting. Right here for the participants' children on the day of the race.
Babysitting? Rose, I don't like other people's children in my house. I didn't even like my own children in my house.
Without a tip, you're just another old lady wearing men's socks and a bad attitude.
They love me.
They hate you.
The last time they gave me a balloon.
You ripped that out of a kid's hand.
You're just upset because I won't take the first thing they bring out.
You don't take anything they bring out.
1930s?
No, 30 degrees. Do I look like Willard Scott? Of course, the 1930s. 3 close friends are haggling over a camel.
How many humps?
None. I'm talking about a cigarette. It was the last one. Well, anyway.
Come on.
I can't do this.
Of course you
Honey,
can,
you were
Rose.
doing just fine.
Well, that's because you were here. Tomorrow I'll be out there all alone, staring at my relatives who'll be ready to hoot and snicker at the first crack in my voice. They'll think I'm an idiot.
Please, it's family. They know you're an idiot.
Come back here. Oh.
Well, I see you're right at home in a private jet.
Oh, well, I always try to take a private jet whenever I jet.
And here I thought I was impressing.
Excuse for that. Although I was the ball queen. Did I tell you that? Oh, that's right, I did. Well, here I am all caught up in myself still, fighting with Virginia and the rest of the family when we ought to be comforting each other.
Jewish sons are the best. They give great gifts, they always call, and you don't have to worry about them getting hurt playing sports.
Ma, trust me, you are going to love your present.
What is it?
You'll find out Saturday at the party.
Hey, me. I'm an old woman. I could die before I see it. You'd feel terrible.
I am too smart for you. I am not falling for any more of your practical jokes. Now I get it.
Oh, good. I thought I was going to have to draw you a picture. And I'm not sure I'd know how. Hey! Is that you let your pride get in the way too often. I mean, the only reason your mother did what she did was she didn't want you to be lonely. And when you think about it, the idea of a matchmaker is kind of sweet.
Dorothy, can we talk? I just want you to understand why I did what I did.
In every position more than
My position? Oh, goodness, no. The goddess position. We have our problems, too.
Especially when the goddess is twice the size she used to be.
People with money is how we got things done in New York. In Sicily, you cut off a horse's head and put it in somebody's bed. Oh, Sophia, you're making that up. Like hell. Our garbage commissioner, Fredo Lombardi, went on strike once. He woke up the next morning sharing a pillow with National Velvet.
That's in denial.
Look, Fluffhead. Why should I deny being in denial when I never said I was in denial? You are the one who said I was in denial, and don't you deny it.
Listen, Dorothy.
Rich, eligible men. I put an ad in the paper saying I have a Mercedes for sale for a very low price.
Blanche, you don't have a Mercedes.
But I'm renting one and pretending it's for sale. All day tomorrow, men are going to be showing up here for a test drive.
Before you slept with my mother.
Dorothy.
Ma, this is the most upsetting thing you have ever done. I am shocked. I am disappointed. I am speechless.
We're getting married.
I am very lightheaded.
You're looking terrific. Well, you haven't changed a bit in 40 years.
Angelo, you're a priest. You shouldn't lie.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Before the trip, I said an extra 50 Hail Marys in case I felt like cutting a loose. Dorothy.
I guess that's just a mother's nature. Well, I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Blanche, listen, my mom lives in Oregon. You know, I don't get a home-cooked meal too often. It'd be okay if I stop by sometime?
I think that would be great. And now I don't care.
What's happening? They are resorting to cheap tricks because they know we're better than they are. Now, honey, all we have to do to win is just stay cool, calm, and collected.
Right. Oh, did you find a ball that's comfortable, Ma?
What did you call her?
Ma.
For a minute, Rose, do you know what we need? An Elvis impersonator.
That sounds great, Blanche. I thought we'd get a new dishwasher first, but this could probably come in just as handy.
I mean for our next club meeting, Rose. Membership has been waning. Maybe this... Get out of here. But Dorothy, he's
a little early, yes, but we're delighted to see him.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Rose. You're looking lovely this evening.
Oh, wait a minute. Rose Nyland, you dead.
What do you think?
Oh, you look very pretty tonight.
Oh, not too pretty. I hope I have a date with Miles.
How is he dealing with the celibacy?
Well, he's doing fine. Although he does spend a lot of time at the batting cage.
Rose, listen, now you have a very critical date coming up.
Dorothy, please.
Hello, Mrs. Bornak.
Mrs. Bornak is a teacher, Mr. President.
Do you have any suggestions maybe on how we can help with this education thing?
Bush.
Well, it's good to know.
Fatal mistake.
I just wanted to hear someone say I love you to me one more time.
Oh, Ma. Would it make you feel better if I told you I love you?
Yeah, all of a sudden I feel like singing. Take me to a piano bar. I'm going to sleep. If Tony called...
Oh, well, that's understandable. I mean, the possibilities are overwhelming.
Exactly. The Johanssons wanted to pickle the herring, and the Lindstroms wanted to train him for the circus.
Weren't they kind of hard to see riding on the elephants?
Like someone walking slowly up creaking stairs.
We don't have stairs.
I know. How strange is that? What are you doing?
Well, I thought I heard a prowler outside.
Oh, my God, Dorothy, why didn't you call the police?
Oh, no. It turned out it was a neighbor's cat trying to mate with our plastic flamingo.
Yes.
Oh, Blanche, you look terrific. You look like you lost 15 pounds.
Oh, well, thank you, Sophia.
Oh, that's your thigh. I thought it was part of the couch. Blanche, try to remember, gravy isn't a beverage.
Blanche, Ma broke her glasses. She can't see.
I'm glad you're all here. I want you to try something. Here, taste this. What do you think?
It's water.
I didn't ask you to identify it. I asked you what you thought. It's good. Just good?
Very good.
How would you describe...
What are you here for? What do you want, money?
No, absolutely not. How did you know?
I just got the feeling my yacht son crapped out at his job.
Yachts? I've never heard you say anything bad about Stan in my life.
I don't have to. The whole world makes fun of him. Always has.
Of the story.
Oh, fine, but then you'd miss the joke between the two crows on the telephone wire.
The gist of the story, Rose.
Well, in the last panel, Sonia tells her mother, and her mother understands.
Hello, hello. Hi, Blanche. How are you, sweet mother? Mwah.
We're out of pepperoni.
Did you call Dan Rather?
I'm starving.
I defrosted some chicken. We'll eat in half an hour.
I can't eat chicken. It repeats on me.
Look, Ma, you don't have to make excuses if you don't want... Michael?
Oh, hi, Ma. What are you doing up?
Waiting up for you.
I brought you something.
Change from my 40?
No, these little bamboo umbrellas.
These are mine to keep.
I'm gonna... Oh, I'm okay. Don't I always?
I thought maybe you forgot.
I never forget.
But I hate nectarines.
You have to eat.
Sophia, it doesn't matter. You know that.
Crazy talk. Comes from not eating enough fresh fruit. Here.
Sophia, once they goofed up my blood with that transfusion.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to Wake Up Miami. Today, women who live together. Does society make it tougher? We'll find out when we talk to 4 lesbians. Today on Wake Up Miami.
Problem. I'll drag my bad leg over to the door.
Ma'am, you really shouldn't open the door without asking who it is first.
Fine. Who is it?
Detective Al Mullins, Miami PD.
I'm here if you want to pick my brain.
Rose, I think we should leave it alone and let it heal.
It was clear from Ted's tone on the phone that he wants to escalate our...
No, she wouldn't.
Yes, she would.
No, she wouldn't.
Yes, she would.
How can you be so sure?
I'm a Leo. We're all very sure of ourselves.
Well, it looks like I've got a wedding to go to.
I'm going to a wedding myself. Do you mind if I walk with you?
Not at all. You know, you're a very wise person. What did you say your name was?
I didn't.
I think you're probably looking for Dr. Rosenzweig. But if you ever want a discount on life insurance, call me.
Oh, boy, do I need a cup of coffee.
What's the matter?
Oh, this whole Lillian thing. The woman was raising a household. It's for my mother. I don't want to give her any ideas.
You're a sports agent? Hey, I bet we know some of the same people. I was one of the first women ever allowed in the Miami Dolphins locker room.
Reporter?
Photographer.
I don't understand. There must be some mistake. I'm sure. Unbelievable, but please go along with it, okay? I mean, do it for me.
If it means that much to you, pussycat, you got it.
Oh, thanks. Now remember, not a word.
So what's all this crap about you putting a curse on my door?
Have a place to sleep.
Look, I sympathize with your problem. For $75, you can sleep in the lobby and I won't have you arrested for loitering.
$75? That's a lot of money.
I know, ma'am. That's why I want it.
Oh.
Gee, did you have happy times then?
Well, yes, actually, we did. It was a chance to get together and remember other happy times.
She's beginning to get to me. In Sicily, we used to wash our dishes in the river.
I hope that's Mr. Fix-It.
We used to beat them against the rocks.
No, Sophia, you...
Then he spells it out in
Pepper. Rose, can we just get on with the speech?
Okay. Friends, family, Aunt Gretchen was a special person. She... What's the point? Oh, I can't say no to Lily. I have to go. Oh, I mean, I said no to her when she asked me to come live with her, but I can't say no when she asked me to come visit. And I know she's going to ask me to come live with her again, and I'm just going to say no. I think I'm such a wreck.
You know, you could just cancel your reservation and think it over one more day.
No, I think...
Yes.
Men only value that in you.
Well, they used to. Now my only hope is to become an intellectual and find a retired Jew.
Blanche, you have to change your thinking. You have...
Those are mine, Sophia.
Oh, well, let me put on my big surprise face.
Oh, I just wish there was something we could do for the poor thing.
There is. I want to sort...
I thought this address sounded familiar. Boy, this is some coincidence.
This is no coincidence. Everything I have, you try to steal. May the bags under your eyes grow so large your head falls in them.
May your shampoo get mixed up with your Preparation H and shrink.
Maybe we better have another one of our talks with Marguerite.
Look, I think we've had enough talks. It's time we did something about this.
Oh, Dorothy, you don't think we ought to fire her?
Look, Marguerite is a lovely person. She just cannot do the job.
I hate to admit it, but you're right. We had a similar situation.
I was with him thinking, what in the world does this man like about me?
So you went back to Tom because you know what he likes.
Yes, but the whole time I was with him, I was miserable because I wanted to be with John.
Well, then tell all this to John.
I guess that is my only choice. Yes, I'm going to look him up tonight and I'm going to patch things up.
Really? To square things with Guido.
Cicely, what are you talking about, Cicely?
She said she cleared it with you.
She did not clear it with me.
Then giving her my Visa card was a bad thing?
Rose, how are we supposed to find her? Angelo.
Actresses, pick up an Inquirer sometime, you learned something.
Oh, I am exhausted. I have spent this entire day bed shopping.
Have you no shame? Bed hopping nowadays is sexually irresponsible.
Not bed hopping, Ma, bed shopping.
Yeah, right.
Could I smell waffles?
What does this look like, the house of pancakes?
So, how's Kate doing?
Better than I am. Dennis is here, and she's forgiven him.
Dennis is here? Somebody hold my hair. I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, sit down and shut up.
Morning, everybody. Hi, Daddy.
Thanks, Debbie. Excuse us.
How much longer are you planning on staying in town, Biff?
Hard to tell.
Well, I'm going to keep my eye on you.
The sun was mighty hot today, wasn't it, Josie?
Phil tried to keep them a secret, but I knew he was spending his Thursday nights with them.
Oh, I know it's hard, but try not to hate them, my dear. They're just lonely creatures who were reaching out to another person for a little warmth.
These are the guys from Phil's poker game.
How you feeling?
She's going to be just fine, only this time she's going to follow the doctor's orders.
What about you, Dorothy? You must be exhausted being here by yourself
No,
all night.
I wasn't alone. Stan came by and stayed with me, brought me food, held me, showed me that special part of himself.
Right there in the waiting room?
If you don't mind, I would like to see this, Michael.
You and the rest of Miami. Sorry, the entire engagement is sold out. Michael!
Do you know who that is?
Sure, it's the guy from the Pepsi commercials. Pepsi commercials.
No, that's the difference between men and women, I guess. We can do it no matter what. Rose, I adored Molly, my wife. We were married 34 years. Never slept with another woman.
Anyway, when we finally got to the dance, why, Richard dropped me off, and I turned and ran smack into a man so gorgeous. He made Richard J. Wilde look like a prepubescent choir boy.
George.
No, Ernie Willis. Well, Ernie smiled, and the next thing...
It was yesterday. That night under the dogwood trees, the air thick with perfume, and me with Billy. Or Bobby. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, it was Bobby. Or was it Ben? Oh, who knows? Anyway, it's...
Activities director?
Oh, of course I remember. Nice meeting you. I'm sure you'll get along well with our little gang.
Hi, everybody. I'm your new activities director.
What's your name, honey?
Sophia.
Sophia, move it. You're blocking the TV.
Door. March.
Oh, all right. All right. I'm going. But if anything awful happens, it's on your heads.
Oh, she's really upset.
Thank you so much for coming. A man as brilliant as you must be terribly busy.
That change your life didn't change her life.
Well, it's no mystery. The minks won't breed because they're too old.
You're kidding.
Isn't he brilliant?
Somebody sold you minks that are too old to breed. They're worn out. They're not interested.
What?
For the moment, only for you to feast your eyes on the great Alfonso. The great Alfonso. Seymour.
Hello, I'm the great. I am the great.
Alfonso.
What?
Pull the damn...
When Rose and I will blend right in.
We'll just blend right in. Smooth.
You know, I did feel bad about missing my high school reunion. And Miles is out of town, and with you guys there, I know I'd have fun.
You know, this is ridiculous, but I say let's do it. It'll be a lark.
We'll be just like the Three Musketeers.
Hey. Nothing, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Dorothy, I want to talk to you about my apartment. I'm grateful. I love where I live. And the last thing I want to do is to come to you with every little problem.
That was a lovely lunch, Blanche. A lovely lunch in a lovely house with your lovely friends.
Stop making fun of me, Virginia.
Making fun of you, honey. I was complimenting you.
I heard the way you said lovely.
How did I say lovely?
Oh, you know very well how you said lovely. You said lovely the same active as in drop-dead stunningly gorgeous.
Attractive as in attractive.
All right, what else?
She's someone I share my innermost secrets with in strictest confidence.
You mean like the time you told me you borrowed Blanche's car, dented it, and said the bag...
I'll draw a face on my hand.
Ma, what are you doing up?
I've got an hour till my paper route starts, so I thought I'd do some chin-ups. I was worried about Rose. I'm a member of this family, too.
I'm sorry. Ma, that's really very sweet, considering that we have to get up so darn early.
I knew we were dancing in a local bar when all of a sudden I heard a deep voice say, "May I cut in?" Well, when I turned, I saw the man I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life with.
George.
No, Thomas Penville. Uh-huh. Well, after Thomas and I left the bar...
Blanche, I could get... For once in her life, Dorothy Zbornak is the master of her own destiny. I am woman. Hear me roar. Ma.
It's okay, she changed her mind.
Oh, God.
I know, Dorothy, I know. Oh, that must be the little strands.
Frank, we love you, but you are out of here.
Give me a minute.
Sure.
Listen, you're just stuck.
I'm Mr. Fix-It. Here to please. No problem, too big or too small.
This is great. It's better than vaudeville.
Well, I'm all yours, ladies. Just lead me to the trouble. There's nothing I can't fix, except maybe this old noggin. That could use a little rewiring. Well, let's go.
Come on, some candles. Okay, a wish. I guess that was kind of a silly wish. I know you can't really be here with me, Charlie.
Well, isn't that something? You think you know somebody, then you find out something like this. Hard to believe.
I'll say. To think Dorothy's lived with the Temptations. I've never even been to one of their concerts.
Oh, morning, Ma.
Dorothy, when was the last time you had sex?
That's a very personal question.
That long, huh? Perfect.
They know how to brush my teeth.
Good for you. Then you won't be rounded up by the cavity cops.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm glad you're here. Meet Mr. Terrific.
Oh, Mr. Terrific. Meet Mrs. Severely Depressed.
Dorothy, what's wrong?
Oh, I just found out.
It won't be long before I meet nice people and make some new friends. I have a real good feeling about that. So, I just wanted you to know what I decided. I hope to be in Florida before the next winter comes.
Please understand, I come from a very religious family.
I can't believe this. I've been agonizing over this relationship, and now you have the nerve.
Rose, please lower your voice. People are staring at you.
Staring at me? They're staring at you.
Well, yes, but I'm used to it. I'm a very snappy dresser.
Honey, listen, don't panic. As soon as the girls get home from work, we'll fan out through the neighborhood and we'll find Dreyfus.
No go, Blanche. I need to handle this myself.
Why?
Because if Dorothy finds out I lost Dreyfus, she'll never trust me with anything again. That's why I'm begging you, please. Promise me, on your mother's grave, you won't breathe a word.
Now, what are we going to do about Emily?
Dorothy, nobody can do a better job of raising this baby than we can.
Fine, fine. But if she's going to stay another couple of days, we better get some more diapers and some food.
I'm thawing some pork chops.
Honey, she only has 2 teeth. How's she supposed to eat a pork chop?
My Uncle Lester had only 1 tooth. And oh, here, taste this.
What is it?
Oh, it's my special maple syrup, honey brown sugar, molasses, Rice Krispies log.
How practical. A snack you can panel your den with.
Some people put flour in it, but I think that makes it too heavy. My kids always liked it this way.
Is Bornak, I am shocked, and I want details.
I tell you, the night was just magical. We laughed, we danced, we drank, we cried, we did it all, even I can't tell you. I'm too shy.
Shut up and listen. Do you remember the first day you went to school?
No.
I do. You looked so adorable in that pink and white polka dot dress. I loved that dress. Even after you outgrew it, it was tucked away in an upstairs closet for years.
You put it away for sentiment about her. You know, this new lifestyle is probably harder on her than it is on us.
What do you mean harder on her? We're the ones who have to carry all the responsibility around here while she's out there eating life.
I ate life once. Not a bad cereal. When we run out of shredded wheat, let's give it a try.
This is so sad. We were all so lonely, and then by a miracle we found...
Goes on.
In my village in Sicily, we had a custom. If your mother-in-law died, you were forced to wear a hair shirt, eat dirt, and pound your head on a rock. Anything to keep you from laughing.
We didn't care. We were just so crazy about each other that,
Happened to me once. Before my mama sent me off to beauty camp, I was a pencil-thin, flat-chested, four-eyed nerd.
I don't believe it. You, pencil thin?
Evero doing laundry for a man?
Not just any man, Rex Huntington.
Rex Huntington? Isn't he the guy who stood you up last week?
Well, yeah, he did, but I happen to like the man, so I'm giving him a second chance.
That was his second chance. He stood you up the week before that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you, darling?
Maybe it sounds strange, but without Charlie, I thought that part of my life was over. I never gave it a second thought.
Until now? Then I think you should go on the cruise. Honey, if the situation is right, you'll know it.
But I'm not sure I'm ready.
Oh, honey,
She's outside. She's bartering with the cabbie, you know. Imagine a man who would take cash over a rooster.
Well, tell us now, what brings you all to Florida?
Well, we are here to take our daughter back to Sicily for her wedding.
Yeah, but Gina came with you.
Gina is not our...
Putting in all the bedrooms.
Ma, what the hell are you doing?
Selling the house. And that's a working fireplace. And with these cathedral ceilings, you could stack 50 VCRs if you wanted to. So you think it over, and if you're interested, give us a call.
I make offer now. If you like, you call.
This group of children laughing at her, and in the bubble coming out of her mouth, it says, "It's not funny. You try getting white bread and mayonnaise out of your braces." And then in the third panel...
Rose, how many panels are there?
16. And then in the next panel...
Could you just tell us the gist? Wait a minute. There is not one shred of evidence, not one logical reason why I should not believe that this woman is my mother or that Gina is her real daughter.
Buongiorno, I'm a Gina.
He was a man who brought joy into the lives of all he touched.
I have the feeling he touched every behind him.
Fidel Santiago lived life.
Excuse me, Father. Hold that thought.
Talk.
Oh, honey, what is it?
Well, all day long, Blanche has been giving me looks. I think she's really mad.
Look, Rose, what happened between you and Clayton last night is your business, not Blanche's.
But that's just the point, Dorothy. Nothing happened between Clayton and me. Nothing physical, anyway.
Have his card.
Looks like we've taken a few wrong turns here.
For your information, this is exactly the way we wanted it to look.
Oh, yeah? You got Siamese twins living here?
Look, Lou, we really don't need your...
Sophia, I really appreciate you giving up your room. It's just so much more fun having the family here than at a hotel.
I bet you're pretty excited about the visit.
Oh, yes. And a little nervous.
Nervous?
Why on earth would you be nervous at your daughter and your granddaughter?
My friend Maria. Sophia, I really appreciate you giving up your room. It's just so much more fun having the family here than at a hotel.
I bet you're pretty excited about the visit.
Oh, yes. And a little nervous.
Nervous?
Why on earth would you be nervous at your daughter and your granddaughter?
My friend Maria.
But this is wonderful news, Dorothy. It wasn't your fault. And with the insurance money, Max and Sophia can build again, bigger and better than ever. Oh, from these ashes, a phoenix will rise. Stronger, healthier, more vibrant, more successful than before.
A big breakfast like this since I left the farm.
Really? You were raised on a farm?
Mm-hmm. Until I was 17, a dairy farm.
Wow, a dairy farm? Just like me. Oh, did you hear that? Gene was raised on a dairy farm. I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me Gene was raised on a dairy farm?
God, Ma, you didn't tell me he was in a clown suit.
Oh, yeah.
Gang, how could you?
Sophia called me at rehearsal. I'll change. I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Is counsel for the demonstrators present?
Here, Your Honor.
Oh, God. It was 8.
So?
It's happened to all of us, sweetheart, and we've all survived.
Never happened to me.
Oh, come on, Blanche. What, you were never rejected?
Well, once, but just once.
By who?
Wait, what?
Blanche? Blanche?
I'm fine. I just feel a little cold and clammy and just a little short of breath.
Stuff you said in the restaurant still go?
I don't think so, Ham. The moment has passed. We could never recapture it.
Blanche, that was just 20 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, Ham, but you were just a plaything in my game of sexual...
You're a lousy photographer. Who is that?
Uncle Vittorio.
His head's cut off. How can you tell?
Because that's exactly how he looked in the morgue after he turned state's evidence against Benny the Blade.
Oh, Ma, this is so special, spending this time together.
Yeah, right.
There is one little thing. Well, that must be him. Rose, would you get the door, please?
Hello.
Oh, hello. We thought you were Blanche's date, but you're way too old.
Hola, Blanche.
Hello, sweetheart. Come in. I want you to meet all my...
Grand. Just grand.
You know, Blanche, this is like a perfect family. Well, almost perfect. Maybe someday there'll be room for...
You didn't tell them that, did you, Rose?
I didn't have a chance. Before I could tell them my qualifications, they told me I was too old.
Well, they can't do that. That is age discrimination. Rose, you can fight this.
What do you mean? What should I do?
Call me?
Sophia, honey, you can't just sell my house. Is this in dollars?
No, it's in cucumber rolls. Of course it's in dollars.
Sophia, what's this all about?
You tell me. I'm not the one who put the for sale sign on our front lawn.
What?
Monkeys. Mm-hmm. The correct answer is C, howler monkeys.
Yes! No, I can't do this. Oh, this isn't who I am. I'm... Sophia, you can speak your mind because you know you're needed around here. But Kirsten has her own family.
Honey, why don't don't you just take a sleeping pill?
Oh, I don't like to take pills. I get slap happy and say silly things.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want that to happen.
Hi, it's me, Stan.
What do you want?
Why don't you find me attractive?
Are you kidding? Blanche, you're one of the most attractive women I've ever met.
But 5 dates, 5 dates. You haven't laid a finger on me. You haven't tried to sleep with me once.
Sleep with you on the 5th date? Boy, talk about your fast track in the 9th.
To ask me questions scares me to death.
Oh, honey, relax. Reporters are just people. They put on their pants one leg at a time. Except for that sports writer, Steve Maxwell. He likes to jump into both legs all at once. A little hop step.
How he did it? I explained that to you when you were 12.
I can live with his apology. He's very sorry. He promised he'll never do it again. I don't want to end my marriage over this.
Well, I think you're making a big mistake, Kate.
Mom, Dennis is my husband, and if I can forgive him, then you should too.
Forgive him?
Do what I do.
And you were afraid that you couldn't find the right words to apologize.
There are no right words, Dorothy. Words cannot begin to ease the pain I've inflicted on you. But I want to do something to make it up to you.
Now it's a celebration.
Oh, never say that, Rose.
But you're a teacher. You think for a living.
Well, don't be so impressed. I have summers off.
How you can stand listening to me and all my ridiculous stories.
Your stories are very...
Dear Mother, there's a big market for novelties. That plastic dog do we snuck into Charlie Nadel's lunch pail was a scream. I'll bet his Cocker Spaniel will catch hell for that tonight.
Lucky me, I'm married to the old coward of Canarsie.
I just want to pick up a couple extra dollars so we can buy a television set.
I'm starting to chicken out.
Now, Rose, honey, don't you be self-conscious. There's probably lots of people here with bodies much worse than yours and Dorothy's.
Well, then...
I don't believe it. Another rejection. And this one isn't even personal. It's a form letter. They just filled in my name at the top.
When you were a child, didn't you have some beautiful, fantastic place where you'd go and it would seem just like a fairyland? Oh, that's right. You grew up in Brooklyn.
Dorothy, hurry, it's Sophia. She's passed out.
What? Oh, my God, Mom! Oh, thank God you're here!
Arrested for prostitution. I can't believe it, Sophia. Sophia, we're innocent. I know that. I can't believe these dumb cops would think anyone would pay money to sleep with you.
Sophia, did you come to bail us out?
Hello? The honeymoon is over. We're back.
Don't let Ma know I have been smoking. She will kill me. Ma!
Dorothy!
What was that for?
You've been smoking.
I have not.
Then you've been smoking.
No, I haven't.
Not possibly begin to comprehend the terrible trauma a gorgeous woman goes through when she realizes her beauty is starting to fade.
And who do you see when you look at me, Blanche? Joe Papatone?
All my life, my beauty has outshone every other woman's. But no more. Now people...
Uh-huh. Well, bill the insurance company first. The state takes care of the rest. So, you have some concerns about Sunny Pastures.
Actually, they're more like complaints.
Complaints? Oh, well, what you need to do is fill out these forms and mail them.
Thanks again, Rose.
Oh, you're welcome, Milton. Now, you let me know how it works out.
I certainly will.
And no more tears.
Right. Bye-bye.
He's such a royal pain in the butt. But it's all part of my job.
You don't have a job.
On Chop, St. Olaf's leading shepherd and notary, came to speak. Oh, it was so moving when he talked about his solitary existence with the sheep. No human contact for months at a time. Oh, just building a special relationship with God's simple creature.
Takes so little to make her happy. Good night, Blanche.
Good night, honey.
Rose, good.
There. He's not picking you up? What kind of guy doesn't pick up his date?
Oh, no, we just decided to meet at L'Auberge. It's no big deal.
Oh, wait just a minute. This whole thing is a trick, isn't it? You're just trying to make us think you're going out with Dr. Kagan.
I am not lying. You're just jealous about the fact that I have a date on a Saturday night.
To try your cupcakes.
Why is that funny?
No offense, Dorothy, but your cupcakes are dry and tasteless. Nobody ever likes your cupcakes.
My cupcakes are moist and delicious.
And he might even start looking for somebody to replace his first wife.
Yes, he might.
He might even be looking for ways to feel a little bit younger.
Yes, he certainly might.
But, Daddy, is that any reason to get married? Just cause some pretty sexy, bouncy, bubbly young...
Nice to know I have a friend like you who cares.
Dorothy, I have a confession to make. Rose didn't lose Fernando. I gave him to Daisy when she was helping out with the rummage sale.
Well, then there's no problem, honey. Just call Daisy and get Fernando back. She's a very sweet... How you feel?
You gave us quite a scare.
Oh, doctor, is she going to be all right?
She'll be fine. It was just an esophageal spasm.
A what?
A constriction of the food pipe. It can be very painful and frightening, but it's not at all serious.
Oh, thank God.
She just needs to take it easy for a few days, and she'll be as good as new. Rose, I want you to relax here for a few more minutes.
Activities. And I better call Simon and cancel our date for tonight. You know, I'm really starting to care about him, and I wouldn't want him worrying about my recording his performance. You know how fragile men's egos are. One little thing like screaming out the wrong name, and they go all to pieces.
Now, how many junkies have gas and hot flashes?
Well, they cleaned me out, took everything I owned. All I have is what I have on.
They took your clothes?
My clothes, my shoes, girdle, everything. Thank God I'm insured.
Ma, why in the world...
Tickets? She's leaving me out intentionally.
Rose, they were just misunderstandings. Now, you're overreacting.
I guess so.
Oh, these things happen between sisters all the time. I remember once my sister Virginia wouldn't talk to me for a month, all because I smiled at her boyfriend.
There, listen to Blanche.
Of course, I was skinny dipping on his... Everybody. Ladies, you're certainly looking... Never mind.
Where's your date, Blanche?
Oh, he'll be along, never fear. In plenty of time to see me win the Best Friend of the Friends of Good Health Award.
Blanche, you must still be running a fever. You're hallucinating. I am going to...
Who is it?
Dorothy.
Dorothy. Stay under the covers. I'll get rid of her.
Dorothy, it's an explanation. Honey, why don't we ask Blanche?
Oh, well, I can't talk to Blanche. When I'm upset, everything comes out wrong. Face it, Dorothy, I don't have your quick wit, your conversation skills, your way with
Words?
Words, thank you. I'd probably end up calling...
No, come on. Here, forget it. Ever since I got here, your mother's been accusing me of stealing everything that was hers that wasn't nailed down, and I'm sick of it. I'm glad I'm moving. Moving?
Angela found herself an apartment.
Yes, and I know you hate me, so you don't have to bother to visit.
Oh, come on, you two. Ma, she is your only sister.
They like it too. That's because you bring the stick to them. I know they get so excited when I fetch. Well, you like having them over too, don't you, Sophia? Yeah, I like them.
That's because it temporarily shifts the blame if we find a puddle on the floor.
St. Patrick, my backup pair can take a lot more punishment.
Well, you made a complete fool of yourself.
Oh, yeah, well, just wait and see who gets the part.
Could I have everyone's attention, please? We had to make a few very difficult choices, but remember, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Girls, we don't want to be overeager.
No, let's be very cool and laid back. We don't want to do anything to heat up the bidding.
Who will open the bidding at 5,000?
5,000. One of us at a time.
I have 5,000. Do I have 6,000? 6. Who'll give me...
Family isn't going to be together anymore. It's just not going to be the same. So, I've decided I'm going to move in with my daughter, Kirsten. I think that's best.
Leave? You are going to leave, Rose? You can't do that. Well, you see, do you? Because of your $1.98 romance, you are...
At 8 o'clock.
See you later, Boff. I'm Biff. Patrick.
Blanche, come on. Hi, Mr. Vaughn.
Oh, please call me Patrick.
Hi, Laszlo. Come in. Blanche is...
You don't even have to show him the car. I'll write you out a check right now.
No, at this price, I know I want the car. Don't take a check from him. Take one from me.
Look, I'm writing
right
out a
here.
$5,000 deposit now.
Oh, no, I can't do that. The banks are closed. I can't be sure it's any good.
You've got an honest face. I'll cash that check right here.
A master in the studio, you must also be a master in the bedroom. You think because you can work a piece of clay into a piece of beautiful art, you can also work a woman's body into fits of ecstasy and passion and total screaming abandon.
It's overpriced. I don't know why Frank Sinatra sings about it. New Yorkers are all sickos.
We could go to Hollywood.
Sure, good choice. No sickos there.
Sophia, honey, please. We're trying to make a very difficult decision here.
Oh, excuse me, not a...
It's beautiful. I never saw a more perfect piece of fruit.
No? Then try kissing my behind. It's a real peach.
Sophia.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Blanche, I'll be fine. Now, listen, honey, while I'm gone, I'm putting you in charge of Mom.
Me? Why me, not Rose?
Rose couldn't keep our rock garden alive. What, I'm going to give her my mother? Now, look, as for instructions, Ma's to be...
Look, listen, I have some pictures. Take a look at that stretch of beach, huh? And that's our house. That is Chrissy on a new Hobie cat. It's Chrissy in the hot tub. That's me and Chrissy at a luau.
Is she the one with the apple in her mouth?
Ma!
You know, she looks pretty. This to anybody. It's the kind of thing that most people probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. Rose Nyland can keep a secret. Do you know what the name Nyland means in Norwegian?
No.
Well, I'm not telling you.
Now remember, girls, as far as anybody else here is concerned, Jasper DeKimmel is in perfect health.
Right. I'm surprised Jasper's not here tonight. He never misses one of these auctions.
Well, it's not because he's dying.
You killed Mrs. Claxton 2 days ago.
I mean, she died 2 days ago. Well, Rose knows she didn't do anything. She's just upset. Rose, go to her funeral, have a good cry. You'll feel a lot better.
There isn't going to be a funeral. Mrs. Claxton didn't have any friends or relatives.
Well, did you call St. Olaf? What do we have to do to cash the bonds?
I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to tell you straight out. Once upon a time, there was an ant and a grass.
Oh, my God. They're not going to redeem the bonds.
Oh, they want to, but the city would have to liquidate all its assets. St. Olaf would be bankrupt.
Actually, every town has its own dialect. Actually, every household has its own dialect. This also explains why the Italian army is as effective as the Jamaican bobsled team.
Malinteso, ma io posso rifare tutto. Cambierò questo garage in una stanza da letto.
He says he's sorry he made the mistake.
Be proud of me. You just wait. Only I can't stop tonight.
Why not?
Because tonight is the anniversary of the death of my beloved cat, Fluffy.
Rose, you have never had cats. You're allergic.
Okay, it's the anniversary of the death of my...
Well, yeah, you can fake it. I have a good doctor friend who will back you up.
I'm appalled, shocked, disgusted. How much money are we talking about?
A couple of 100,000 at least.
A couple of 100,000?
I don't get it, Blanche. This isn't like you. Come on. Gary calls at the last minute, cancels your date. You're not the least bit upset or suspicious.
Well, Dorothy, give me some credit. What kind of person would doubt a man whose mother needs emergency gallbladder surgery in this godforsaken island?
Hey, so we made a few mistakes, huh? Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal? You almost killed us, you nitwits. I hate you. I curse the day I ever laid eyes on you. I curse the day your mama ever laid eyes on your daddy. I curse the day your daddy ever laid down with your mom.
100% better.
And that's the big secret?
Oh, no. The big secret was that Miss MacGyver and Miss McKee were sharing a one-bedroom apartment off campus.
How will you?
Here you go, ladies. Dorothy, would you like some hors d'oeuvres?
No.
April morning.
Oh, well, you ought to talk all fresh, scrubbed, and rosy cheeked like a country parson at a September hoedown.
Why do I get the feeling they had a maid named Honeybee when they grew up?
Come on in, Clayton. I want you to meet my best friends, Dorothy and Rose.
Nice to meet you, Clayton.
Sophia, I don't believe this.
What's wrong, Blanche?
It's Derek. He's gone. What's more, nobody here has seen him or even knows him. And what's worse, I think maybe he stole my necklace. Can it be that his sweet words meant nothing? That he was just after my jewelry?
Blanche,
It was the first year after Charlie died that was the hardest. I'd lie awake for hours. I just could not get used to sleeping alone. Then I started taking the extra pillows and shoving them under the covers so I...
Remember him. All he said on the phone was that he had a great time with me the night before he left.
Oh, then it's got to be anybody. There's your unknown soldier now.
Oh, Dorothy, would you please get the door and find out his name?
Blanche, what are you so worried about? The minute you see him, you'll remember.
Rose, he's gonna be... Oh, nothing. I just wanted to finish my crossword puzzle. Now then, Dorothy, would you say you are a very neat person?
Oh, yes. Very, very neat.
please, you're neat and I wear a D cup.
Moment I was
Jokester, huh, Dorothy?
And speaking of joke stand, that is some toupee you've got. Oh, Rose, I'd like you to meet my ex-husband, Stan Zbornak.
Hello.
And this is his hair.
It's a pleasure to meet you both.
Our icebreaker, I can teach you right now. Oh, once you learn this, any man is putty in your hands.
Oh, Blanche, come on, that is ridiculous. I mean, I'm certainly not going to waste my time listening to this adolescent nonsense. Did you say putty?
Sit back. Now, just feel like we're at the movies. Well, this is a private matter. Whatever we buy is nobody's business but our own. I'd like a package of these, please.
And I'll take these. What the hell goes on at night in this house? Look, I know you are both upset, but nothing I have heard is grounds for firing the woman.
Oh, excuse me, ladies. Oh, by the way, Dorothy, a man called wanting to know if you were free Saturday night, but I forgot.
Joe. Well, I tell you, Dr. Budd, I really am sick. I have chronic fatigue syndrome. That is a real illness. You can check with the Center for Disease Control.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I'm glad. At least I know I have something.
I'm sure. Well,
Cleavage or a lot of leg?
That depends on what you're going for. A chuckle or a guffaw.
Blanche, I think a conservative ensemble is in Sophia's best interest.
Oh, there'll be music?
Now, where you going? I'm not a Gabor.
You're telling me. Listen, big news. Zsa Zsa's coming to town.
Gloria is coming here?
I wish I knew why you two didn't get along. I just don't understand it. For some reason, you've always been jealous of my good daughter. Where'd that come from? Oh, the line, huh?
I can't wait to be your son.
Oh, you are delightful. Such a gem. Here, get yourself a girl tonight. We'll understand.
Please. We're trying to have a private moment.
Private, please.
Officially, 3 weeks before graduation, I was asked to be in the kissing booth at the Founders Day Fair. Unfortunately, the first boy I kissed had a nasty case of mono. Well, that afternoon, I passed it along to 50 young men. And one very confused female PE teacher who smelled of... Oh, Dorothy, look at this old picture I found. That's me at 15, standing next to my uncle Hingablotter.
Who's the other guy?
Oh, that's my uncle's half-brother, Inkablotter.
Oh, girls, we have a big problem.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Buzz off, Padre. Rose, where's Dorothy?
Well, I don't know. She was here a minute ago. Just. Oh my God! Give me that knife.
What an idiot.
Why?
I didn't think this would happen.
What?
Death. I didn't really think I'd die.
Ma, maybe someday, but not today.
It could be today. And you know what? I'm not ready. 80 years old and it would come as a complete surprise.
Ma, you're okay. You are not going to... Number to call for a straitjacket.
Dorothy, I can explain.
I know you can. That's the scary part.
You don't understand. When Mrs. Butel finds out about Count Bessie, she's going to be devastated. There'll be a terrible void in her life. A void only another musical chicken can fill.
Look, Rose, if you're worried about...
I'd like to propose a toast to Sophia, whose generosity and kindness of spirit have given us a gift beyond measure.
I, too, have a toast. I predict nothing but disaster and tragedy for everyone connected.
Trouble, mister. I got a better case than Valerie Harper.
Excuse me, ladies, pardon me. Is there a problem here?
Only if you consider a class action suit and a boycott by OREP a problem.
I thought it was NOPRO.
This is too big for NOPRO. This is all the way up to OREP.
OREP?
Organization of Retired and Elderly People.
Almost married, Buzz. We were talking about it when he got a call from the Spike Jones band. They needed someone to make the whoop sound when Spike dropped his pants. Just before he went to New York, Buzz told me he'd be back, but I never saw him again. I waited for a while, but one gig led to another.
Mr. LeBass, I want to thank you for coming on such short notice.
You're lucky I came at all. I had a horrible cold. I was so dizzy this morning, I lost my balance getting out of bed. I guess my equilibrium's shot.
Well, I'm sure you'll feel better once you're up on the roof.
Yeah, well,
It's time. No, you can't put it in brownies. I I said no reefers, okay? Goodbye.
You know, Sophia, the problems you're having at work remind me of something that happened back in St. Olaf.
Please, dust reminds you of something back at...
Rose. Look, Rose, we...
This is my daughter, Dorothy. She's an English teacher.
And you are...
Linda Ronstadt. I'm doing the Pirates of Penzance across town. Knock it off. It's water, not oil.
Thank you, thank you. And now for my next number, I'd like to play something by one of my favorites, and I hope one of yours. Huey Lewis and the News!
I think we've heard enough, Mr. Hinckley.
Okay, we go right to the big finale.
I'm afraid we've run out of time.
But it's a guaranteed show.
Meant for me.
I called every guy I know, and they all came up with the same lame excuse.
What?
I don't want to go.
Good morning. Dorothy, do you have a date yet?
I don't want to go.
Dorothy, I'll get you a date. You can borrow one of my extras.
You have nothing to worry about.
Who said I was talking about my future? You three aren't exactly spring chickens, you know.
She's right. One way or another, we're all in the same boat.
I know, but right now our big problem is Lillian. We obviously can't take care.
Up and down and scream a lot. Come on, Dorothy, we're on.
Sophia, Rose, honey, before you all go out, there's something you ought to know. Dorothy and I are going to team up with the Kaplan brothers.
The Kaplan brothers? You mean you and Dorothy are joining a country western band?
It's the Gatlin brothers, Rose. The Kaplan brothers.
Do that, Rose. Why do you make up stories?
It wouldn't feel right to live anymore, you know? If a kid dies, it wouldn't feel fair to live.
Sophia, Dorothy's not dying.
How do you know, Rose?
I know.
Oh, now, honey, she's right. I know, too, and I'm a writer. Oh, will somebody say I'm sorry before I burst?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and if I have to die, I'm just glad I'm doing it with my two best friends.
Oh, I love you, Blair.
Oh, I love you, Rose.
I love both of you.
Oh, I'm just so full of... Wonderful that they became so close between the airport and here. I hardly ever speak to my cab drivers.
Rose, Doug is not a cab driver.
No, ma'am. Actually, I'm a policeman.
Oh! Well, what's a policeman doing bringing fares from the airport? I'm worried about you.
Oh, Rose, you'd be worried if you couldn't find anything to worry about. And stop pouting. I was only teasing.
How did you know I was pouting?
You always pout when I tease you.
Always?
Always. You're a pouter, Rose, a pouter and a worrier.
Well, maybe you're right, but
Blanche, I am impressed. You have really changed your tune.
You know, it's funny how that happened. There I was, staying up last night, coming up with excuses to get out of this. And then it occurred to me. I said, water lily. That's what I call myself sometimes.
The first night on the ship.
A life jacket and a great big smile.
Only a tramp would do. But now that you're dying, I mean, please forgive me, Blanche. I didn't know, please.
I am not dying, Rose, but I might as well be. It's menopause. Well, I wish I could die, because as far as I'm concerned, this is the end of my life.
If you get rid of it, the sore heals, and you feel better.
Anger is like a piece of shredded wheat.
You want poetry? You listen to Neil Diamond. You want good advice? You listen to your mother.
Maybe you're right. And Angela, where did you get this chicken?
The garage.
I guess this means no live entertainment with dessert.
matter.
Okay, but you just cut her chances in half.
Never mind, whatever you got.
Sophia, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Of course. What do you think of a woman who cries herself to sleep every Saturday night because she's bored and lonely?
Your daughter does that.
3 different suitors beg her to stay, but she can't decide who to choose, so she chooses none of them. But she agrees to meet with them at the same resort many years later. To her trio of suitors, that eventful gathering was referred to as Rendezvous with Sophia.
We are. Yeah, but don't count your money yet. Those are the 2 males.
Rehearsal. It's such a nice day. I think I'll walk. Like that? No, I'll probably take longer strides when I get to the sidewalk. But
I meant her costume. I mean, people are going to think she's nuts.
You think she's nuts anyway. This'll confirm it.
Much too subtle for this evening. Dorothy, put on something flashy, something colorful.
Oh, that's really not me, Blanche.
I know, honey, but take a chance, be a woman.
It's an awful lot to ask, Blanche, but I'll try.
Good. Come on. All right, Rose, come on, let's go see about...
Listen, Missy, as long as the good Lord keeps me on this earth, I'm your father. And don't you ever call me a fool.
Daddy, just please call off this wedding.
And then once in grade school, I crossbred a rutabaga and a potato, but I couldn't decide whether to call it a rutatato or a potato bagel.
Yeah, you'll have to excuse
Coops in an obscene way. I could never prove it because by the time I would take it home to show my father,
I will give you anything.
Blanche, we have to tell Rose the truth.
I'll give you one of my sons. I have given this a lot of thought, Dorothy. I have had 4 kids. I have never had a Mercedes. What do you say? Which one do you want? Biff, Doug, Skippy? No, don't take Skippy. He's got asthma.
Real goober. And don't think I wouldn't say that right to her face. Of course, I'd have to stand on a chair. It's her, isn't it?
Now, Dorothy, don't you be mad at Rose. She's only saying what...
I don't understand why you didn't tell him this morning exactly how you felt.
Is that it, Rose? I mean, are you finished, or is there something else that you don't understand?
Well, actually, there is. I don't understand how a thermos keeps things both hot and cold.
Go home with me. I mean, for dinner. You know, maybe next week, or my roommates would love to meet you.
Sure, what's a good night?
Bingo night. Any other time, I'd have to introduce you to my mother.
But I still don't understand. The table looked fine, right?
6 kids.
Yeah, but she had to leave 2 behind. I think if they cross state lines, it's a parole violation.
Sophia, you mean you're moving for good?
Not for good. I'm just gonna help them raise the kids. I'll be back as soon as they graduate from high school. Let's see, they're 14 now. That should be about 10, 12 years. There you are, pussycat. What's this news about Ken? He gave you a ring, didn't he?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Look, Ma, I don't know how to say this, so I'll just give it to you straight out. Ken is becoming a clown.
Scusi?
Rose, why do you look so depressed?
I'm tired of going out and not enjoying myself. All the men I meet act so old. Last week, I went out with this man that talked for 2 hours about his prostate problems. I lived in Minnesota for 51 years.
You're kidding! Please, there's a natural build to these kind of stories.
Sorry.
So, finally, the race was underway. I start off slow. I'm cagey, like a panther. But when the time is right, I pounce. The crowd is on its feet. Sophia, Sophia.
Rose, we are going somewhere with this, aren't we? I mean, if not, I'm going to cut out your tongue.
Yes, Sven came back to haunt Gunilla. Since then, every Tuesday night at
I really appreciate everything you're doing for me.
I know that.
I've never been this scared in my life.
Come on. Now, Stanley, you said yourself it's a very common operation.
Still, there's a chance something can go wrong.
There's always a chance.
And when there's a chance that something can go wrong with me, it usually does. The way I figure it, I'm gonna die.
Devereaux doing laundry for a man?
Not just any man, Rex Huntington.
Rex Huntington? Isn't he the guy who stood you up last week?
Well, yeah, he did, but I happen to like the man, so I'm giving him a second chance.
That was his second chance. He stood you up the week before that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you, darling?
But he's a prime suspect in a major crime spree.
Where?
Palm Springs, California.
It's good to be mayor.
Let's go.
Passion.
Okay, see you mañana, ladies.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? You've only been here 10 minutes.
So what? I'll be back tomorrow.
Ernie, listen to me and listen good. If you walk out that door right now, you can forget about ever coming back. I sound like I'm on Ryan's Hope.
It's like you didn't hear a word I said.
Oh, Jerry, how nice of you to stop by.
Why'd you ask me to pick you up at a motel?
They're having a cast party for Beatlemania at our house, and the last time I looked, Ringo was hanging over the toilet singing Help.
Oh, I can understand that. I was in the band in high school. We went crazy at away games. I remember The Millionaire and His Wife. Something wrong?
Oh, no, not at all. But I'll tell you, on the way out, I would like to stop at the gift shop. I'm going to be needing one of those spike balls on a chain.
I don't know. Dorothy, am I doing the right thing? Here I'm going to marry Rose. I don't even know if I can live with her. I mean, what if she leaves every light on in the house at night? Or just doesn't turn off the faucet so that it drips all night long? Or just stands there and stares into the refrigerator? Just stares. Oh, Dorothy, my God.
We had to slaughter our own meat, prepare our own seasonings, and if the food wasn't perfect after cappuccino, they shot the cook.
Ma, you're making that up.
No, I'm not. Why do you think there are only 2 guys from Italy?
Places, everybody.
Charged all my gifts with the credit card I got out of your purse.
You're taking them back.
Even the beautiful cashmere sweater I got for Blanche?
Cashmere? I love cashmere.
Don't tell me, tell Scrooge. Rose, I hope you didn't have your heart set on a remote-control video recorder.
You bought me a video ring and a pine log. Check a bull for a hernia?
I guess the really rough part is getting him to turn his head and cough.
Come on, Rose, pick a category we can compete in.
All right, what about that dance marathon? Whose butt got whooped that night?
How did you know that?
65 years ago. I want to go back.
Oh, gee, Ma, I'm sorry, honey, but I can't let you go.
Who's asking your permission? I'm going anyway.
Ma, look, I absolutely forbid it. Now, come on. You've had a stroke. You have high blood pressure. It would be lunacy to risk your health this way.
It'll be nothing but heartaches. Those swabbies drift into port, park their ditties on your doorstep, show you some tricks they learned in the Orient, and then it's of ask me hearties, and they shove off with a serpent tattoo in your heart as souvenirs.
You've been reading Treasure Island again, right?
I knew that.
He already resents you. Why should he be mad at me, too?
I've heard enough. Get out.
See, you're great at throwing people out.
Stanley, you're going to have to throw your own son out of your own house.
Dorothy, I can't. How can I sit in judgment of how Michael lives his life? Here I am, a middle-aged man selling nothing.
Matter of fact, I once had a dog. A schnauzer named Wawa. Yeah, well, I know that sounds strange, but you see, my daughter was only 2 when she named him during a walk. And I figured between that and number one, Wawa was the hands-down winner. He was the...
I've done it for so long now, I don't know if I can get by without it.
Well, maybe this is a good time to start.
Rose is right. Listen, you're going to get an A in that class. We're going to help you do it. And as far as that professor is concerned, you should report him immediately.
You think I should?
Absolutely. You know, when I first started teaching, the school...
Mediocre. So Tunder used his magic only once more, and that was to make his powers disappear.
And they lived happily ever after?
No, actually, she got bored and ran off with Weisblatt the Weasel. That was Tunder's old business manager. But they lived happily ever after.
Why don't you just sleep on it, Rose? I know you'll make the right decision. The right decision. The right decision.
Come in.
Committed, and then the guests try to solve them?
Exactly.
That sounds like fun. You know, back in Minnesota, I was known as the Sherlock Holmes of St. Olaf.
Figured out which one was Shinola, did you, Rose?
The hard way.
I sure hope this weekend is a... Rose? Honey, it's 3 in the morning. Why are you staring at those light bulbs?
I'm running a consumer test for work. I have to see which one of these lasts longer.
Rose, you ninny, don't you know staring at light bulbs...
Family isn't going to be together anymore. It's just not going to be the same. So, I've decided I'm going to move in with my daughter, Kirsten. I think that's best.
Leave? You are going to leave, Rose? You can't do that. Well, you see, do you? Because of your $1.98 romance, you're on quest. I was going to use you.
Use me. Use me.
Goodbye, Ham. If you leave now, we can still have our memories.
I'll trade all my memories for a quickie.
Beat it, Tubbo.
Memories, I'll cherish them always.
Stan, ciao.
Oh, you're back from your session.
Patience and cheer them up.
Hey! That slipper is from the Mamie Van Doren collection.
Will you look at that? Man's best friend. Chasing man's best friend.
Did you hear that, Dorothy? Surprise parties make Blanche want to throw up.
Honey, why don't you go and take that bath, and we'll just forget the fact that, you know, that today is really your birthday.
Well, I don't see how anybody can hate birthday. Going on, I thought you were going to loosen up. I mean, you've always been frugal, but lately it's gotten out of hand.
I don't know. I guess it all started about a month ago when I went to see my doctor.
Oh, my God, Miles, is something wrong?
Yes. He said I'm probably going to live to be 100. Rose, I'm only budgeting.
Come on now, Blanche. Are you telling me that you'd feel the same way about him if he didn't have a dime to his name?
Absolutely. I'd just have to see other men behind his back. Oh, come on.
I'm not a stick in the mud. Oh, listen, I can let my hair down and get crazy with the best of them.
Hey, I think we get along great. I got a feeling you're a wild woman.
Oh, you bet I am. I eat raw cookie dough. And occasionally, I run through the sprinklers and don't wear a bathing cap.
Hurry up, get dressed. We're going to be late for temple.
Ma, it's Tuesday, and we're Catholic.
They didn't want to make eye contact with anybody going to the 5th floor, the sperm floor.
I think you're overreacting.
Perverts looked at us like we were perverts. I know that look.
I thought it'd be more bank-like. I'd be perfect for this job. You see, I am the battered consumer. I drive a gremlin, for God's sake.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Will you accept the test?
You bet.
One of the most important parts of this job is product testing. I will give you a test to do at home. You will bring in the results and I will see how you do. But I must warn you, both Enrique Mas and Enrique Mas demand that the results be accurate in every detail.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Moss.
You can call me Enrique.
No, I don't think I can.
Her intentions are good, but this doesn't seem to be her calling. Oh, but this means so much to her. Oh, this would break her heart. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask her to leave. Mother Superior, with your permission, may I be the one to tell her? I mean, we've been through so much together, I'm sure that any bit of bad news would be easy.
Now, do you see that I don't need anybody's help?
To think, I mean, I'd give them both my kidneys. I'd cut them out myself.
Me too. I'd give them my heart.
I'd give to all my children, except Phil.
Why not Phil?
Because he never calls, he never writes. I only hear from him at Christmas when he sends me a cheddar cheese nativity scene.
Found Fernando.
That's not Fernando.
Well, what do you mean that's not Fernando? How could you tell?
All you have to do is look in his eyes.
Or at the price tag stuck to his back.
Oops. Thanks for trying, Blanche. It's not.
You don't tell them their father's dead.
Now look, Big Daddy didn't sound sick when I talked to him. He was just missing me. That Virginia's always accusing me of not being there when the family needs me. This is just her way of getting me to rush home. Believe me, everything's fine.
Well, just the same, Blanche, I think I better go to Atlanta with you. Oh, no, that one.
I wasn't worried. My denture slipped.
Ma, Uncle Angelo's plane lands at 4 o'clock. You have plenty of time to make a fresh batch before then.
Good, because these aren't fit for human consumption.
Top of the morning, sunshines.
Hey, Rose, try one of these.
How long will it last? I mean, will it go away? Does it get worse? Does anyone die from it?
Well, no one has died from it. We don't know how long it lasts. Some people seem to recover in months, some still have it after 10 years. But that happens in other diseases as well. You take multiple sclerosis. Some people have 20-year remissions. Others wind up in wheelchairs.
Go to hell, all of you.
Actually, she took it better than I expected.
I've been talking to that good-looking reporter over there.
Dorothy? What are you talking about?
Come on, Acapulco, the El Presidente. You're planning something big.
Well, yeah. I met this great-looking stewardess on the flight out here, and I asked her to go to Acapulco, and she could only go if I found a sitter for her 2 kids. Hey, I'd really appreciate it.
Never know true love. May you be sterile and may all your offspring be sterile. May your hair never lie flat. And may your socks always slip down inside your shoes.
And this is the same Giuseppe Mangiacavallo who is the grandfather of the groom?
Now, you see why I want
I think I'd continue seeing him. Blanche Devereaux has never shared a man.
or a pizza.
And what does that mean, you wrinkled old crow?
It means Fidel is interested in more than just a cheap thrill. He also wants a mind.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
You're on, baby.
No, not Susan and Tom. Even my husband didn't believe me on my wedding night when I told him he was the first.
But George wasn't your first.
Well, he didn't know that. The point is, he didn't believe me.
Look, Blanche. Blanche, I'm sorry. I mean, it'll be kind of fun. We'll get to know each other again.
I think that would be wonderful.
Joe, I wonder where Gloria is. I was thinking of surprising her, inviting...
Pussycat, can you lend me $20?
Ma, this is the second time this week that you've come to me for money. Now, what happened to your allowance?
Something's come up. A medical emergency. Can I have the money?
What medical... Ma, what's wrong?
I think I'm pregnant. Why did you say eh?
It just came out.
Me too. Did you have fun rebuilding the old business?
It always felt like something was missing.
I can tell you what that was. My Salvador.
Dorothy, I remember you fondly, and the same goes for Blanche and Rita. Wish you were here. No one can reach the third shelf in the pantry. Best, Sister Ma. God, I miss that woman. Now, say what you want about her.
Things too. We console each other, we help each other, we advise each other. And then we talk about sex again.
I am so glad that my date with Barry is tomorrow. The fat won't have time to show.
It won't?
No, it always takes a few days before it shows.
And everyone's got to have one.
What is this, a revival of Raisin in the Sun?
Doris.
Okay. I want you to know I'm crazy about you.
Because you fed me once and I hung around? Because you used to put me out at night?
Because I love pussycats and I love you.
So you're going to take it?
Well, it's kind of small, and there's not enough light, and there's no room for a goat. Come on in the kitchen. I made dinner. Should be ready.
I was going to cook dinner.
Well, I thought for a change, everybody'd like to have a meal with a little flavor. I'm supposed to get along with that?
But 12 hours on your feet waiting tables? Honey, that is gritty, grimy, grueling work.
But it's work. It beats the hell out of feeling sorry for myself. And it'll be a lot nicer to fall asleep from being tired than crying.
Of course it will. Oh, Rose, honey, Rose, I am so...
Adam was conceived on the day of the Princess Pig when they had the pig crowning. And Janella was conceived on Hay Day. That's the day we St. Olafians celebrate hay.
Rose, do you think you could wrap this up before Rebecca goes into labor?
Then there was the day of the wheat when everybody can...
Swedish machine.
I understand, Swen. Go on. Go on.
I'm coming, Olga. Oh, Cousin Rose, thank you. Oh, thank you all. Huh? Oh, wait, what about my clothes?
They're ugly. Any other questions?
I hate. That's like for girls.
Yeah, well, we can renegotiate. I'll do the vacuuming if you'll, like, learn English. I'll fix you something to eat.
All right, now, attention, everyone.
He wants to make sure I'm home and not out with some other guy. I have to make him jealous. Dorothy, put on a suit and a tie. Let's go by his hotel.
Ma, I'm not going to put on a suit and a tie. Are you satisfied, Blanche? My mother wants to date me. All right, Uncle Angelo. For the time being, I guess you can use Uncle Morris's old apartment.
Oh, Dorothy, thank you so much. My first apartment in America. Here, I will begin again. Here, I will start a new life.
As I can, and I'll bet by the time I'm through, she'll be as anxious to save that tree as we are. Hello, Miss Claxton. This is Rose Nyland. How are you? Well, I've never sat on one before, but wouldn't that be painful?
Eyes met. Sonny fell into the orchestra pit. Lyle forgot his lines and went into Under the Yum Yum Tree. Except for the reviews, it was a magical night.
Sonny, Bono, and Lyle Wagner. Dorothy, this is an embarrassment of riches.
No, I want it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does Rose know?
No.
Oh, good. I don't think you ought to tell her. After all, she's not as worldly and sophisticated about these things as I am.
Absolutely. If she finds out Danny Thomas is a lesbian, it'll break her heart.
Maybe it was from their wedding album.
Here we are. This is home. Oh, Charlie, Kirsten, I want you to meet my friends, Blanche and Dorothy.
Hello, Kirsten. Hiya, Charlie.
Rose has told us so.
She's a very sweet kid. She'll understand.
I tried that. She said no.
What do you mean?
She's not a sweet kid anymore. She's holding Fernando for ransom.
Come on.
Dorothy, she sent me one of his ears.
Which is why you had to marry that stupid, lazy, no-good pinhead of a prince. This man is a prince. Come in, Stan.
I'm sorry I'm late. The rain really tied up the traffic. Hi, girls.
Hi.
Hello, Mama Bear. Papa Bear.
Ma, what's the matter?
I can't sleep all night long, tossing and turning. I'd get more rest on Space Mountain.
I'm sorry, Ma. I can't help it.
Hey, I could live with the tossing and turning. Your cold feet are what's driving me crazy. It's like having 2 size 9 fudgicles pressed up against my butt.
This end. I haven't had this much off the spool since I measured the couch for slip covers.
Ma must have forgotten something.
Hi, Ma. Surprise.
Michael, what are you...
Parents used to give me. Ma, do you remember that Christmas they gave me soap in the shape of the 7 dwarfs?
Well, now what's wrong with that?
Oh, what kid wants to play with soap? Besides, after a couple of baths, they looked like 7 suppositories. Show you what we have in common.
Oh, Sophia, for God's sake, speak up. Don't let her run off with the first man, and I do mean the first, that comes along.
All right. Now listen, Johnny Red.
Can I give her my blessing? She has hated that man for 40 years, and now suddenly, after a 3-day weekend, she decides to get married. I cannot believe that someone can fall in love that quickly.
My Charlie asked me to marry him 10 minutes after we met. Of course, we were only 7 at the time. My mother was so cute.
Remember what you did to us last Valentine's Day.
You promised you'd never bring that up again.
What happened?
You don't remember what happened last Valentine's Day?
Please. I'm 82. Be thankful I remember not to wear my underwear outside of my dress. Most of the time. Tell your story.
Last St. Valentine's.
At 10 o'clock.
I don't know what you just did, but you'd make one hell of a yodeler. Blanche, Rose.
Oh, hello.
Dorothy, I'm glad you're here. There's something I want to ask.
I mean, who doesn't have a date?
Rose, I need to borrow a silk scarf tonight.
You have a date?
No, I'm doing the dance of the 7 veils and I'm 1 short. Sometimes I worry about her.
Oh, girls, we can't do this. Now, remember the party. It's 2 weeks from Saturday.
No, it isn't. This year, Phyllis moved it to Sunday.
Then we have an extra day. We can worry about our bodies tomorrow.
I'll get the plates.
I'll get the fork.
I'll get the hot fudge.
I'll get the...
They can sleep in Ma's room, and she'll sleep with me.
Oh, Ma doesn't get a say. It doesn't matter what Ma thinks. Ma's a piece of furniture who has no feelings or opinions.
Nonsense, my little hat rack.
We're going to Hawaii for a second honeymoon.
Well, sounds like they're trying to work it out. Why are you upset?
Don't you listen. She has cellulite.
Those are dimples.
Dimples are on these cheeks.
I am upset because while they're...
Don't jump yourselves. I'll get it.
How did you know your mother was cheating, Dorothy?
Because Mr. Feinbaum never walks around totally naked. He always wears a Boy Scout neckerchief. But never in the same place twice. Want me to stop coming here? Just say so.
I want you to stop coming here.
Like hell I will.
Then what are we going to do?
Why don't we share? Let's just be sure that we both don't show up on the same night.
You mean like I would come 3 nights a week and you come 3?
Right. Oh, wait a minute. What about Sunday? And as your leader, I must decree that the fault indeed lies with Nolan.
Well, since we're being honest, Dorothy, I have a question for you. You're supposed to be my best friend. Best friends are supposed to be able to confide.
You found an apartment?
Yeah, I went down to the Senior Citizen Center this morning for the early bird special. You know, decaf coffee, sodium-free bacon, and a chest x-ray. On the bulletin board, I saw some advertisements for roommates. So I picked out a few places, and I found one I liked.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, my new roommate will be here in a...
Rose, you're one of a kind.
That's what my husband used to say. You know, in a lot of ways, you remind me of Charlie. The way you laugh, the way you dance, even the
Rose. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Oliver.
You want to know who I spent the night with? No, Oliver. The cabin crew of Lufthansa.
So I have to go back. You're 18. You don't have to do anything. We're not going to force you.
We will, however, cut you off without a dime and never talk to you again.
So you... Dr. Elliot Clayton has bonged every female member of the country club. Can you let that happen to Dorothy? Can you let that happen to little Mei Ling? Hasn't she suffered enough?
Not as much as I have listening to that story.
Forget this.
Has truly been a father to everybody in our town.
Your mother must have been a very forgiving woman.
Oh, I got a million things to do before Big Daddy gets here. I have to go pick up his favorite food and his...
So you see, it's not... Oh, my God, I've just spilled my guts to someone who drinks out of a toilet. Listen, I'm sorry, you are out of here. One Wawa in my life was enough. Look, I have had it with that disgusting dog. I have...
Straight. Well, if there are no more questions, I'll order some blood work.
I have a question.
Of course, Mrs. Petrillo.
When I order at Feng Chao's and say no MSG, do they really put it in anyway?
Girls,
Right, what's wrong?
my handsome soldier from last night is a pharmacist. A name tag wearing, pill counting, thank you, come again, sorry, we don't validate pharmacists.
Well, if he doesn't validate, get rid of him. Machine is not working.
We shouldn't take any chances. I can't be moved. Somebody else will have to give up their room for Rose's family.
You're fine. You're staying with me. You always complain, and we always get through it.
All right, fine. But I'm begging you, while we're sleeping together, please, lay off the broccoli at dinner, huh?
Why, Rose, it's a beautiful blouse.
Oh, I hope it's all right. Dorothy said you'd like something crotchless. I'm doing.
We really pulled it out of the fire, didn't we, babe?
We sure did.
It felt nice, you and me, working together as a team again.
It did feel nice.
Reminds me when we were first married.
We sure had some good times.
So,
I dreamt my Uncle Giuseppe came down from heaven and was pointing a finger at me. I think it was a finger. And he was warning me if I did a certain thing, I wouldn't get into heaven.
What thing?
Try murder.
It was just a dream, Sophia.
It's not just...
the George Bush point of light on a stick.
You know, Dorothy, every now and then it dawns on me you had children with this man.
Stanley, get out.
Wait, please, I just took a bath in those Daniel Ortega buttons that say 4 more years.
Okay, Ma, if this is what you really want to do...
It's not what I want to do. It's what I have to do. Dorothy, today is my anniversary, and I barely remember getting married. You know, I hate getting old. You always seem to be losing something. First...
What do you mean you're not calling the police? The man just told you we robbed a bank.
He also told me he had a very good reason. He did it for love.
Gee, the most any man. Well, we aren't going to waste this day. We have to do something constructive.
Jeopardy is on in 15 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go.
I'll just slice up this cake and bring it in.
Sophia, don't you have to go back to work?
Please, I don't perform brain surgery. I give people directions to the cafeteria.
Oh, tell us, Ernie, have you ever been married?
I'm divorced.
Oh, was the breakup caused by your drinking problem?
I don't have a drinking problem.
Were you cheating on your wife?
Is this a Barbara Walters special?
I guess the two of you want to get going.
Oh, great. It was a pleasure meeting you all. Good night now.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
To the funeral parlor. Perks, he called them. That's the stock you come from.
I come from grave robbers?
Grave robber, entrepreneur, potato. He had a family to feed.
I hated that cow.
Dressing provided an emotional outlet.
I may be old-fashioned, but why didn't he just drink?
Tell me, is Big Sally coming to the funeral?
Sophia, Phil's wife's name is Angela. Why do you call her Big Sally?
Because she hates it. Just as she probably hates the fact that I talked Phil into being buried.
Well, it's been a long day, especially for you, Blanche. But I'm really enjoying this. Sitting here, just the three of us, having a quiet cup of coffee together. It was just a little joke, Al. I laugh at all yours.
No, I'm serious. I'm seasick.
You mean it? We're still docked.
I can't sail around the world. I guess there's no adventure in me. I'm sorry, Rose.
Well, don't be sorry. Look what you were about to do. Your head start.
Oh, this is a birthing center? Well, where's the obstetrician? Where's the equipment?
Yeah, she'd be better off having the baby in your bedroom. At least you've got stirrups.
At Christmas, we exchange gifts we make for each other.
Rose, that is a great idea. We'll return all those meaningless, impersonal gifts that we always buy for each other, and we'll make something that comes from the heart.
That is a terrific idea.
Yeah, what do you say, Ma?
Unless you can make a lamb's wool jacket.
Rose, your father was a dairy farmer. You look for food in your freezer.
The psychiatrist didn't make me feel better. I feel better that you all feel better, but I don't feel any better.
Not even a little?
No. In fact, I feel worse.
Why worse?
He was my last hope.
All this for nothing.
I wouldn't say for nothing.
Then who the hell gave him this music box?
sweet of Lucas to do this. Guess he wanted to make sure I got to the church on time. Oh, what a darling. Actually, I think Maple is quicker. This heads out to the expressway.
Goodbye, ladies. And I'm really sorry for all the trouble, but thank you for being understanding. And thank you for taking care of that Shelley Long. I'm tired of that thin, uppity white woman, too.
Meal and black bananas.
Mom, I'll do that.
No, you will not.
You don't have to clean up after
I
me.
enjoy doing it.
Yeah, why not double your fun?
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Blanche.
Honey, how's your back?
Terrible.
Well, the doctor...
Let him try my cupcakes. How would that make you feel?
I'd like to think I'd understand.
Oh, good. Good. I was hoping that's what you would say. What?
I'm sorry. It's just the idea of Miles wanting to... where he could do both jobs at the same time. But everyone hated Minky. Well, he seemed to take great pleasure in giving other people pain. They hated him so much that nobody ever went to the dentist or the library. In 1938, you could tell if someone was from St. Olaf. They were illiterate and they had teeth that looked like Indian coffee.
Ma, I am taking you to the hospital.
No.
Why not? What, are you trying to tell me that possibly there is nothing wrong with you?
No, I feel better just lying here. The ride in the car could only make me feel worse.
Yep, she's right, Dorothy. Sometimes just lying motionless is the...
Pure milk chocolate.
Oh, that's the loveliest trophy I've ever seen. I'm gonna get a knife.
Rose, there is no way that we can tell you how proud of you we are.
Sure there is. Congratulations, Rose Nyland. You are St. Olaf's Woman of the Year.
Jumped on his stallion and rode that horse thief down, and then to teach me a lesson about the justice system, Granddaddy dragged that horse thief into court with me as the star witness. I had to testify in front of a packed courtroom.
You must have been terrified.
Oh, honey, I was. I didn't know what to wear.
Cut off his sex.
You mean it grows back?
Yes, Rose. It was the last thing that you remember before that fire.
Meatloaf. 9 days in a row.
There are only witnesses dead. That ought to work in our favor.
Dorothy, that hot plate was mine. I made s'mores all the time. I hate...
It's very nice to meet you, too.
Dorothy's done nothing but talk about you for weeks. Rose. Every time she mentions your name, she practically glows.
Rose.
I think she's really very smitten with you.
Rose.
He's a priest, isn't he?
I can't let him.
Hey, I let you have the Donatello triplets. A deal is a deal.
Sophia, Alfonso will only embarrass himself.
Oh, please, if he was worried about being embarrassed, he wouldn't walk around with that much hair in his ears. Besides, he called his old vaudeville partner, and they perfected one of their old tricks.
This money that you forgot to give to the IRS, what did you do with it?
I can't remember what I did with every penny. I know I gave some of it to charity.
Charitable deductions, Blanche, that's great. What was it, United Fund, Greenpeace, you remember?
In 1985, I bought the We Are the World album.
Came on the screen. I stood up and yelled, "My God, that's my father! That's him!"
Rose, honey, you don't still actually believe that.
Maybe someday you'll write to me. Harry.
I'm stunned. I'm just stunned. Oh, I feel like such an old fool. Not just a fool, but an old...
The scuba gear, the carpet, the dicky.
It turns out it was one of their trusted servants who was trying to frame poor Duncan.
Oh, don't tell me. The butler did it?
No, he just thought of it. He made the maid do it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, honey, I think your mother was looking for you. Well, doesn't anyone want to hear how my date turned out?
Oh, honey, was it just terrible?
Oh, sweetheart, you can tell us.
It was wonderful.
Really? Where is Dr. Marvelous? What kind of man doesn't walk a girl to the door?
One who's too exhausted to walk?
Dorothy.
Hi, Blanche.
Are we expecting company?
Yep, Barbara Thorndike. I introduced myself after the lecture. We went out and had coffee and talked for hours.
Italy, 1939. The war is on. A promising young architect is offered a job to spearhead construction of a new wing at the Vatican.
Wait a minute, Ma. You say your Italian is rusty, but you know the word for spearhead?
It was my brother's nickname for a while as a child. Anyway.
Are missing people. People who are happy. People who are in love. People who are towing my car away.
Oh, I'd loan you my auto club card, but it's really expired.
You know, maybe you're right. Maybe I can't help. You need professional help. And I hope someday you get it.
Don't you think I'll
give you so much more than I can? You'd live in a mansion, you'd have servants, you'd do your grocery shopping with Bert Convy.
And you'll have your space, and you can sit home on Friday night and become an old maid like your Aunt Regina, and you won't have to listen to me nag.
Then I guess it's all settled.
Tickets? She's leaving me out intentionally.
Rose, they were just misunderstandings. Now you're overreacting.
I guess so.
Oh, these things happen between sisters all the time. I remember once my sister Virginia wouldn't talk to me for a month, all because I smiled at her boyfriend.
There, listen to Blanche.
Of course, I was skinny dipping on his bills.
She'll be buried in an unmarked grave in a potter's field.
Gee, that's too bad. Any more of that cheesecake?
Ange, how can you be so callous?
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to pretend to be in mourning. Mrs. Claxton worked overtime at being a horrible, nasty woman.
Yeah, Blanche is right. I mean, that's why nobody wants to go to her funeral.
I used to have a waist just like Scarlett O'Hara. Well, you know that girl had an 18-inch waistline.
Blanche, that girl and her waistline were fiction.
It's terrible. Just terrible. I am so upset.
Rose, honey, sit down. Sweetheart, tell us all about it. Ma, would you get Rose?
But you're not in any pain?
Oh, no, slight discomfort.
You want discomfort? Try sitting in this chair for 8 hours.
How was the dance recital?
Oh, we were great. They loved us. We've been invited to dance next month at the Sunset Charity Ball.
And there's even...
Never heard of that before, but it's marvelous.
Oh, you just throw together some ground pork and cabbage.
Cabbage she serves me. In 10 minutes, I could be skywriting.
Early 20s. I was taking some classes at Miss MacGyver's finishing school. And one night, Bobby Joe Springer had escorted me back to my dormitory after the annual Fine Manners Ball, when an innocent goodnight kiss developed into an evening of passion. But at 3 a.m., the door flung open, and there stood Miss MacGyver, making one of the cruise with some longtime gentleman friends. And if we decide to be intimate, then we'll be prepared. We are not embarrassed. We're not uncomfortable. We are not humiliated. We're going to walk out of here today with our heads held high, secure in the knowledge that what we have done is morally and socially responsible.
Joe. Well, I tell you, Dr. Budd, I really am sick. I have chronic fatigue syndrome. That is a real illness. You can check with the Center for Disease Control.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I'm glad. At least I know I have something.
I'm sure. Well,
I think you dated anyone before Charlie.
Actually, it was while I dated Charlie.
Rose Nyland, you were in a love triangle and never told us.
Well, I didn't think you'd be interested.
Oh, but you were certain that we would be interested in the story about little Yemeni, the boy who was raised by a wild moose? Welcome, baby!
Hi, Dorothy.
You will never see Children, kids, it's up to you. I mean, if you want to save us and not have us eaten by Foxy Loxy, applaud. I mean it. I mean, clap now if you want to see the goose and the chicken and the turkey live. Come on, put your little head.
Ma, don't be ridiculous. Just turn up the heat.
It's already on 9. On 10, you can cook a lean cuisine.
Good night, Ma. You know, Ma, this reminds me of the time the heat went out in our old hairbrush.
Must you attack everything Southern?
Come on now, girls. This is no way to behave. Isn't there some way we can settle this like rational adults?
We can, once Dorothy stops acting like a child.
I am acting like a... Do you know what your problem is? Why did Clayton say the two of you slept together if you hadn't?
Because he's trying to hide something about himself from Blanche. I don't even feel right saying it out loud. Maybe if I just whispered it. Meditate.
Well, just shut your eyes. Now breathe deeply. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good.
Oh, I can't. I'm too wound up. Blanche! Which one went out first?
And Perry Simon, and they said, you know, we had our affiliates convention in Miami, and Selma Diamond and one of the other actresses on one of their series did this thing where they thought Miami Vice was Miami, not Doris Roberts.
Nobody told me it was dinner time.
Ma, it's not dinner, it's the middle of the night.
Good, then I'm dressed for it.
Blanche is upset.
Well, you would be too if your daughter... Oh, I can't even say it.
What could have happened? The two of you were getting so close.
Yes? Yes, she does. It's the police. There's been an accident.
You promised me you wouldn't drive alone. Blanche, you do realize you're in the minority on this.
Sophia, did you finish your shopping today?
Yeah, just about. It's unbelievable how much things cost nowadays. I just spent $89 for a doll for my granddaughter.
Ma, you had $89?
Don't be ridiculous. You've broken my heart. I'm ashamed to call you my grandson.
Now look what you've done. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Bridget, I am shocked at your behavior.
Why doesn't everybody just calm down? Bridget and Michael are adults. They went out. They had a great time.
It was nice. I wouldn't call it great.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Rose.
What a day. One sad person after another.
Rose, you work at grief counseling. What do you expect, comedians?
Would it be a change of pace?
Oh, Dorothy, can I borrow your mink stole?
It's Miami in June. Only cats are wearing fur.
At 10 o'clock.
I don't know what you just did, but you'd make one hell of a yodeler. Blanche, Rose?
Oh, hello.
Dorothy, I'm glad you're here. There's something I want to ask.
Hello, Rose.
Oh, hi, Miles. I was just listening to a song Charlie and I used to dance to.
We've danced to it, too.
Not around the campfire hoping for rain.
Look, Rose.
Well, thank you.
Except for that huge donkey butt.
Hi, Ma. You having fun?
No, give me my present.
If no one minds. I wrote some things down, but I'd just rather talk. The funeral was for my Aunt Gretchen. I didn't know her very well. The only thing I remembered about her is she used to scare me. Jumping out of my closet at night, putting false facts in for one day, and he falls for the first little floozy that turns his head.
Blanche, did something happen between you and Sven that we don't know about?
You didn't tell them about kissing me?
Kissing him?
Or stroking my hair?
Stroking his hair?
Or feeding me?
You're there or not. I don't want to die alone. Please, help me. Cheap. So used. How do you usually deal with that, Blanche?
Rose, just for that, I'm gonna flush the toilet tonight while you're taking a shower.
You know, it's all our own.
For you to be happy.
I wish you all the best.
Oh, I hope you two will just be so happy together.
I am gonna throw you and the widow Spencer the best wedding you ever saw.
No, we don't want any fuss. We're planning on getting married in the Bahamas.
No, I will not hear of it. Hollingsworth has to get married in style.
Oh, I don't want to impose.
No, we'd love to have the wedding here.
Dorothy, she could take shorthand. And I did have an affair with her.
I am shocked. That airhead could take shorthand.
Look, Dorothy, tomorrow I am checking into the hospital and I may never come out. And if that's the case...
I'm sorry. Look, we have to do something about the roof. It's getting worse.
Get it. You know how Blanche is. She'll wait for the ceiling to cave in on her before she'll do anything.
Blanche, listen, we really have to talk about the roof.
Dorothy, I already called the repair man. Last night, the damn ceiling caved in on my bedroom. Not the...
Ladies and gentlemen. Fine, Mrs. Petrillo.
100%?
100%.
Tip top?
Tip top.
Then, Mr. 100% tip top, why the hell does she feel like hell?
Look, Ma.
Wait, I gotta hear this.
It could be functional.
Functional?
Mental.
Mental. Well, let me tell you something, Mr.
Found Fernando.
That's not Fernando.
Well, what do you mean that's not Fernando? How could you tell?
All you have to do is look in his eyes.
Or at the price tag stuck to his back.
Oops. Thanks for trying, Blanche. It's not...
There were a lot of disappointed people that night.
Well, I wasn't one of them. Neither was your father, if memory serves me correctly.
Sophia, you think this cake is ready? You know, Roberta's gonna be here in a minute.
It's ready when it's ready.
Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. She won't be surprised anyway. Oh, surprise birthday parties never work.
What they do is their business, but if I ever see your hand on Rose's behind, it'll kill me.
Wow, what a hunk.
I know. Eat your hearts out.
Blanche, did it ever occur to you that possibly Rose or I might be interested?
Cold winter's night, but all year long. Take care of them, God. If anything happened, I just...
Rose, thanks for the lovely prayer. Now shut up and get into...
Dorothy, look who I found.
Ma, what are you doing here?
I brought you your lunch. You left it at home.
Oh, thank you, but you didn't have to come all the way down here.
Ah, it gave me an excuse to put my teeth in.
Well, as long as you're here, would you like a tour?
No, thank you.
Most adorable dance I think I've ever seen. Rose, honey, could I look at your hat for a minute?
Hide me. What about the tortured days and the sleepless nights I've spent trying to think of some way to make up for this horrible thing I've done? Oh, come on now, Blanche, don't be so selfish. Let me be your Wiedenflugen.
Oh, all right. You can be my Wiedenflugen.
Frugen.
Girls, terrific news. Remember that story that Mario wrote?
She's right. Now, you just take it easy, Rose. I think this scare really touched all of us. I found myself bargaining with God. I promised him that if you were all right, there'd be a lot less sex and a lot more church.
I'm sorry. I thought you were making...
I love you all dearly, but I have to go where I'm needed and Phil needs me.
I thought you said Phil and his wife were getting along better.
Ah, they were never right for each other. She never appreciated him, never encouraged him. With the right woman behind him, he could have had a real diamond in his front tooth.
Hey, Dorothy.
Stanley, you're not going to die.
Yes, I am. I'm going to die. That's why there are some things I have to say to you tonight. I love you, Dorothy. I know that sounds crazy coming from a guy who walked out on you after 38 years, but it's true.
Look, I've already forgiven you for that, Stan. Besides,
I'll put it in my mouth. Say, do they have Guggenflöter?
Alan, please talk to me. You haven't answered my calls. You don't answer my letters. Alan, please. What can I say? What can I do to get you back?
Alan.
Nickname.
I never thought I'd ever be saying this in my wildest dreams. And you know just how wild they can get. What I'm trying to tell you, Simon, the last time we made love was the last time. I guess it's just lucky that we took those snapshots.
I'll be back at the home building log cabins out of popsicle sticks.
Then it's settled. I'll call the lawyer and tell him to bring the baby as soon as he can.
Did he say if it's a boy or a girl?
He didn't say, but it must be one or the other.
you've been watching PBS again, Rose?
Dorothy? Dorothy, I'm going to my...
Hey! Rose, for the past half hour, you've been humming jingle bells and yelling, hey. Now, why must you do that?
Because it's too hard to hum the hay.
Oh, boy, it is hell. There's a lawyer. What are you, one of the Cosby kids?
This is boring. I want to watch MTV. Yeah!
We can't watch television. We're on a camp out.
No, we're not. We're in your living room. The camp out was called off, remember?
Well, the rain doesn't have to spoil our fun. There's nothing we can do. Sophia, all our children were conceived on special St. Olaf holidays. Adam was conceived on the day of the Princess Pig when they had the pig crowning. And Janella was conceived on Hay Day. That's the day we St. Olafians celebrate hay.
Rose, do you think you could rap?
Have his card.
Looks like we've taken a few wrong turns here.
For your information, this is exactly the way we wanted it to look.
Oh, yeah? You got Siamese twins living here?
Look, Lou, we really don't need you.
To pull him off the chicken, so I put an end to that.
Ma, listen, next time you have an urge to stroll down memory lane, do me a favor. Go by yourself.
What time are we supposed to be at the studio, Sophia?
I don't know. I have to check the tickets. Hand me my purse, Dorothy.
Sheriff, I'm afraid there's been some kind of a mistake. This woman's my mother.
But I have a telex here that says that...
I don't care what it says on that paper. She's my mother. And we're just on our way home together. So if you'll kindly excuse us, we have a bus to catch. Come on, Mama.
Rose.
And then for dessert, he took me to this most romantic little bistro. And while the waiter was glazing my peaches, Richard leaned over and took my hand, and you know what he said?
What?
Our biggest worry will be tank sweat.
Come on, Ed.
You walk out that door, Missy. You can forget about coming back. Lucy!
had it with you. I'm going to my room and I may never come out.
Is it the weekend already?
It's been passed just last summer.
Oh.
Passed what?
A slow-moving Winnebago.
Hello? Oh, look,
Ma, I need support now, please. Honey, no jokes. No, I told you so's.
Of course not. Dot. Dot, I've got a truck. Hey, listen to me, I'm a Beatle.
Another slice of cheesecake, Blanche?
Oh, I really shouldn't.
Honey, what I'm gonna do? Lately, you've been eating like a bird.
Yeah, Rodin.
Oh, hi, Ma.
Well, hello there.
You guys ready for bed already?
Yeah, I guess we are.
We're very tired.
We took care of a lot of odds and ends around the house today. What did you do, Ma?
What did I do today? What I do every day.
Understand.
Yes, I do. I did a very stupid thing, and it can't be undone. But I'm going to do everything I can to make it up to Kate. I love her. And I promise you that nothing like this will ever happen again.
Good. Good. Because if it does, I will break every bone in your hand.
Okay.
Just stay down. This is Mullins. I need an ambulance and backup at the Richmond Street Stakeout. My partner's been shot.
Oh!
Yeah, you know, at first I was really scared.
Not where you parked it
I'm
again.
telling you, it's been stolen. I'm going to call the cops.
Hold it, Rose. Don't call the police.
How come?
Because they told you never to call again. Call the neighborhood patrol. If it actually was stolen, one of their cars will probably spot it.
The phone book is missing.
The car's missing? The phone?
That's reverse, Dorothy.
I did that once. It was his birthday.
Ma, we did not get a VCR so that you could watch dirty movies.
I'm 81. What are you worrying about?
Is Rose Nyland here?
I'm Rose Nyland.
Well, I'm Chester T. McRaney, legal counsel to your late Uncle Hingelblotter.
Oh, we've been waiting for you. Did you bring the baby?
I brought him.
Him? Did you hear that, girls? Does he look anything like me?
Each other, even if I don't speak Mexican.
Spanish.
Whatever. I just don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, now calm down, Blanche. There's probably a very logical explanation.
You know, you're probably right. Oh, why would Fidel want another woman? After all, he's...
Ma, Phil is not gay.
You mean you're gay? What, your friend Gina's having some sort of membership drive?
Ma.
Dorothy, I know you don't get many dates, but stick with what you know. At your age, it's very hard to break into something new.
No, you did, Blanche.
All I ever wanted was to be special. I thought this would do it. I thought I'd publish a novel and I'd be special. Of course, I've always been special because of my looks, but they won't last forever. I have to be realistic. Another 20 or 30 years.
The bread, too? Yes, sir. Well, I believe you'll find my name on the reservation schedule.
Oh, indeed. Here it is, Weber for two. Right this way. Hey, Carl, Weber's eating. I hope you'll find this satisfactory. Your waiter...
Well, then you pick a time. Well,
honey, I really do want to see you. I think we have a lot to talk about, Janet. I've been thinking a lot about you lately. You mean this?
Blanche, when is Becky coming? I want to make sure that Ma's all moved into my room.
I'm picking her up at 10:30. How come when company comes, I always have to sleep with Dorothy? How come I always get the short stick?
It's because you are the short stick. Put that down.
Why?
Since you're sleeping with me, no more liquid till Becky leaves.
My first house didn't cost that much.
Mr. Pfeiffer, we have already told you. We are bereaved on a budget. Now, if you can't accommodate us, we'll find someone who can.
You know, the Avante Supreme is a big seller. That retails for just $3,000.
What do you call this one?
A pine box.
How much?
Oh, so you're studying for your interview.
Uh-huh. I know it's a lot of added responsibility, but I really want this job.
Then why are you reading the racing form?
The racing form? Why would you think I'm reading the racing form?
You can't lie to your mother. Mothers always know when you...
There's a gate. I pretty much got a hernia coming over the wall. Wait a minute. Look, I've messed everything up. I'll just get out of your life.
What I can't believe is that you went through all this. Rocco, you always treat me like a queen.
Oh. Then I had to be maid of honor at your wedding. I had to stand there and watch you marry Tom. And I had to wear that green dress, which you knew was my most awful color. I looked just like a swamp frog. Everyone I ever loved you took.
Would it help you to know that Tom fooled?
You know what I do when I need a shot of self-esteem?
Yeah, you put on that dopey "it's okay to be me" sweatshirt. Go lock yourself in the bathroom and then, like a moron, kiss yourself silly in the mirror.
And I guess I'll be back in there again tonight.
Oh, Sophia, do you know of any
announcement to make?
A mess of something. I'll scare us up a mess of something.
Anyway, I've been doing a lot of soul searching. And as long as the family...
Dorothy, isn't there anything I can say that'll make you change your mind and come with me?
I'm afraid not.
Look at the brochure again.
Honestly, Raymond, if I went to the Bahamas with you, I would spend the entire...
Back in Brooklyn. Ebbets Field. Remember those warm summer nights, sitting in the bleachers, eating hot dogs, rooting for the Dodgers and kissing passionately between innings?
Stanley, you never took me to Ebbets Field.
No?
No!
I will never forget the look on your face when Dorothy and I tangoed onto the floor.
And I will never forget the look on your faces when you were disqualified and I won $1,000.
And it was so sporting of you to share your...
Whatever you think I did. I hope it was worth all the pain.
You show disrespect for our family, and family is sacred where I come from. Phil knew how I felt. You think it was easy for me? I did what I had to do.
But what did I do?
You know very well what you did.
I swear.
You lose your breath.
You lose your earring.
Your mouth waters.
Your nose runs.
Your heart races.
Your blood races.
Rose.
Say it, Ernie.
It's time, Rose.
Check, please. Oh, I feel like such a failure. Here, you've trusted me with a really important job, and I'm just not doing it.
I know how hard your job is and how good you are at it. Until you started working for me, my neck was like that.
Well, no wonder I'm cracking.
I don't want you to cry.
Well, you ought to be. What about Dorothy? She happens to be my friend.
There's no reason to bring Dorothy into this.
Hi, Elliot.
Well, hello, Rose. My, what is that marvelous scent you're wearing?
Fancy albacore tuna. I made a casserole for dinner.
Would you certainly...
Rose, Miles is here.
Hello, Rose.
Miles?
Rose, this is Caroline. Caroline Rose Nyland.
How do you do?
I am so glad to finally move
With it. First of all, there isn't room for it in there, and second of all, it doesn't go in the refrigerator. It goes in the cabinet.
It does not go in the cabinet. It stays fresher in the refrigerator.
No, it does not stay fresher in the refrigerator. If it stayed fresher in the refrigerator, there would be a sign on it saying refrigerate.
Actually, you're both wrong. It does not belong in the refrigerator. It does not.
Shut up and listen. Do you remember the first day you went to school?
No.
I do. You looked so adorable in that pink and white polka dot dress. I loved that dress. Even after you outgrew it, it was tucked away in an upstairs closet for years.
You put it away for sentiment.
Get new heroes. I am going to be a model. There I was, sitting at the lunch counter, and just like Miss Lana Turner, I was discovered. Well, not exactly like Miss Lana Turner.
You mean she was sipping a soda and you were scarfing down your usual lumberjack breakfast?
Oh, Rose. Sit down.
Well, I can't worry about that now.
Well, sure you can, honey. I'll help you. Food, clothing, shelter.
Oh, come on, it's not that serious.
Yes, it could be. Rose, you and I are in the same boat. If we miss a couple of paychecks, we are in big trouble.
Thank God I had the foresight to marry money.
Tramp.
Yeah? How would you like to star in my video?
Are there any nude love scenes involved?
No, because if it's integral to the plot, I'll be more than happy to do it. You see, Dorothy, Sophia wants to be in my video. Why won't you?
Dorothy's always been a little camera shy. You'd be, too, if you looked like Fess Parker in heels.
Either that story is actually funny, or the batteries are going in and out in my hearing aid. Rose, I want you to know that I think it's very sweet that you're keeping an old lady company.
I do that for Sophia. She seems to get a big kick out of calling me names, so I let her do it.
She's really a very sweet lady. She just doesn't like to show it.
Is that a family trait?
You won't believe what happened to me at the store. I saw the McDowells. Luckily, they didn't see me. It was a tragedy. She was my only real competition. Dead. Muffin?
I'll get it.
It's Easter.
And you know, Dorothy, I apologize to my wife, and in the spirit of Christmas, she's letting me come back home.
Great. In that case, you can give me back the $60 I gave you.
Well, when I apologized, I said it with flowers.
$60 worth?
Dorothy, I may be a lot of things, but I'm not cheap.
And
What are y'all looking at? Get on back to your LeSueur peas. Dorothy, I promise you there's nothing between us.
if there's nothing between you, then you will not go out with him tonight. Isn't that right?
We're only going to see a play, and he's not even her husband. He's our ex-husband. Why am I even explaining any of this to you?
Laszlo.
Rose, I have to ask you something.
Oh, I know what it is. You're gonna ask me to pose for you, too.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm so embarrassed.
That's it! That's exactly the quality I want to capture. Oh, take...
Sonny, sweetheart, my little cannoli.
Sophia, honey, my Mama Celeste.
Of course, you remember me, Lyle Wagoner?
No, I don't think I do.
Sophia, you must remember Lyle.
Sonny, Lyle, what are you doing here?
Why can't you people see that there's another point of view? Now, get away from here. We've got work.
And I'll go!
Ma, when you said you forgot your keys and you went back into the waiting room, you got the results of the test, didn't you?
What if I did?
Let me see the lab results, Ma.
Mrs. Petrillo to you.
Then I'm not your daughter.
It's been so long. you look... It's been so long.
I know, and you look exactly the way you did at our high school graduation. Of course, rumors were that you were 3 months pregnant. Hear more about this mix-up.
I don't know what you're talking about. Night.
Well, then I guess tomorrow morning we can start to pack. Can't we?
Yeah, I guess so. That's probably the best thing. Dr. Ashley was right, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Because, I mean, it doesn't mean we can't still be friends. You know, we'll...
I'm going back outside, Dorothy.
Fine, Rose.
Is Rose Nyland in?
Yes, please come in. Please come in. You must be the man that Rose spoke to, Major Barker.
That's correct.
Well, we broke up. And besides, he's away at college now.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know. My father kicked me out. I got so many things I gotta figure out. I guess I gotta get a job and a place to stay.
Oh, Mary, look, you have too many things to figure out. Why don't you stay here with us until we can all decide what to do?
Absolutely. Cage was empty. Where could she be?
You passion beyond your wildest dreams.
Dorothy, it's over between us.
Blanche!
Dorothy, now don't try to stop me. Don't you see I have to try this?
What do you think, Ma? Is she beautiful?
Oh, wow. He's really getting along great with his future mother-in-law.
Rose, that's Lorraine, you idiot.
Lorraine, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. A lot of people are confused by the age difference.
Has truly been a father to everybody in our town.
Your mother must have been a very forgiving woman.
No, I got a million things to do before Big Daddy gets here. I have to go pick up his favorite food, and this is the best looking outfit you own.
You're right. I still look damn good in this thing.
Well, I don't know about damn good. That particular design does tend to accentuate your behind while simultaneously diminishing your cleavage.
Wait just a minute, Blanche. First you tell me...
I'm getting nervous, and I realized I want to be near my mother.
I think it's great that you want to have your baby here. Why, in St. Olaf, the mother was always with the daughter when she gave birth. And if the mother was out of town, then the mother of the father was there. And if she was out of town, then we'd call Lucky Gunther.
Ma, that is a mean, underhanded, despicable thing to do.
So was World War II. We're talking about Mussolini.
Rose, if we can convince Pepe just to show up there and get knocked out, everybody will get what they want.
Well, what if he won't go along with that? We'll talk him into it. There's no shame in taking a dive. In Sicily, it's a time-honored tradition.
Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him the word that I'm not a rover. And tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Sandman, I'm so alone.
Oh, you guys really stink.
Next week. I've only been dean here for a couple of days. I haven't got a secretary. I can't get my parking validated. I don't even know where the restroom is.
I was sexually harassed by Professor Cooper.
Oh, don't do this to me. Please, I beg you. Look.
Same old Rose.
Same old Rose.
Oh, anyway, he was a great entertainer. We thought for a while he was a great little dancer, too, till we discovered he had 2 left wings. He'd just shuffle along there. Oh, how he loved music, especially Gilbert and Sullivan.
And the girls.
We heard what you were telling them, Blanche, and I am truly sorry you feel that way.
Will you tell me why you want to put yourself and Doug through this? You know how people can be.
And if my own sister can't accept our relationship, what chance would I have with anyone else, right?
Right. No. No, what I mean.
We get what you mean. Blanche, we don't have to worry about what the world...
Miami, Florida, this is Jeopardy! Let's bring out today's contestants. First, we have a substitute high school teacher, Dorothy Spornak. Next, cruise ship purser, Charlie Deese.
Welcome aboard.
And for all you babes who didn't think I had a mind, I
can also honestly say that I'm amazed the way this lays out. You only owe the government a small amount.
You're kidding.
No, $5,000.
5,000? We don't have that kind of money.
Uncle Sam doesn't like to hear that.
Aunt Dorothy doesn't enjoy saying it.
You can't afford all that stuff on a vice cop salary. Who knew, huh?
Aunt Blanche, I'm a grown woman. I can live my life any way I want to.
Oh, I know that. I just don't think this is the way you really want to live it.
Is it my fault men find me attractive?
No, honey, what they find you...
Maybe.
You know, I think he's just nuts enough to actually turn up at the wedding tomorrow.
You're a furry little gnome, and we feed you too much.
Oh, Dorothy, good, you're here. I'd kiss your hand, help you down out of your carriage, leave calling cards and little silver salvers.
So how far back do you want to go, Blanche? I mean, do you still want to be able to vote?
I cannot believe I ran out of gas. I checked my tank yesterday. It was half full.
Maybe the gauge is broken.
It's all those foreign...
Hey, Lottie, are you full of it?
Who married my great-aunt Anna Lou Sellers, cousin to Claude Liverday, who begat Elizabeth Blassingame.
Wait a minute. Did you say Claude Liverday?
Yes?
My great-grandfather told stories of Claude Liverday.
You say? It was my high school graduation. I was valedictorian.
You were valedictorian?
Yes. I was 4th out of 19 graduating seniors. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Rose, if you were 4th, how were you chosen valedictorian?
Driving away the birds with that noise. You know a real song?
Do you have a buck?
It had to be you.
That was Sal's favorite song.
It had to be you. It had to be you.
Just walked in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have a winner. Couple number 29.
That's me.
I won!
Just a minute, it's not over yet. It looks like we have another...
Lesson about leaving keys on the table.
I can't believe this. How did it happen?
Well, you know how I like to meet rich men by gently rear-ending expensive cars at red lights?
Yeah.
Well, you say that like it isn't great. Rose, it's the perfect plan. You get to meet the guy, exchange addresses.
She's not letting go.
I'm sorry, Ma. I don't like to keep secrets.
Oh, like when you kept the secret you were taking me to Shady Pines?
Ma, I swear I didn't sleep more than 7 hours that night. I'm telling Rose.
Hey, Dorothy, if you tell Rose, she'll think I'm trying to hide it.
Hi, Big Daddy. I couldn't go home without telling you why I didn't come to your funeral. Same old reason. I was being selfish, thinking too much about how I was feeling instead of coming out here to pay my love and respects. You know...
Ma, Blanche had her dream.
Are you all right? I think so. You know, usually I feel so empty when I realize George isn't here, but this time it's different.
How?
Well, I don't know. The dream was different. Oh, wait.
Gee, Ma, I think it's nice how things are working out for Rose and Miles.
Well, that had to happen sometime, Pussycat. Rose found a man. And pretty soon, Blanche will find a man. And before you know it, you...
Bad. In fact, just last week, I was reading that you can buy the sperm of Nobel Prize winners. Or was it Star Search winners?
Buy? Well, sperm used to be free. It was all...
We've all been there. I remember the time Stan and I went on that weight loss through sex diet. The idea being every time you felt hungry, you would substitute food with some sexual activity.
Did it work?
I gained 18 pounds.
You think you could be a little patient, Jamie?
Look, I know things move kind of slow here at Sunnybrook Farm, but we do have a plane to catch.
Into the kitchen. What? You heard me. Into the kitchen right now.
Oh, it must be at least 103, and the mall was impossible.
Did you get something for the grandchildren?
Oh, please. You know, Robbie wants a Batman hat. I went to 6 different stores. They were all sold out. I finally went to one store where they had one hat left, and another woman saw it. Oh, I can't.
That's correct. For another 100 points, who is the current Secretary of State? Willard.
Charles Schultz.
He created...
Looks like this. Hit it. Dorothy, where's our piano player?
Ma, get back on the track. 1920. Did you date much?
Not really.
Then what about this picture of you in a wedding gown with someone who...
Is you already forgot lessons 1 and 3. Quit being an idiot. I stole $40 from you while you were listening to that cockamamie story.
She's not back yet?
No.
I don't understand. What could they be doing all this time?
You know what they're doing.
Yeah, I also know Stan. We were married for 38 years. And...
What is it?
Did my father ever go fishing?
What?
When I was a kid, I always fantasized about the kinds of things my father and I would have done together. Going fishing was always my favorite. Did he?
But I'll be back later tonight. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, did you get me something? What is it? What did you buy for me, Daddy?
Well, nothing, sugar.
Oh, fiddle-de-dee.
Fiddle-dee-dee?
This is so much fun. It's like being in Gone with the Wind.
Did you hear what he just
Listen,
said?
this guy came to me. Salvador wanted to tell you, but I wouldn't let him. I cared for you both too much to let your marriage break up. And Sal felt so guilty he never gambled again. It was worth it.
Oh, that was a very lovely thing you did, Mr. Weinstock, wasn't it, Ma? Wasn't it, Ma?
Bugs that make you hot? We got the big ones and millions of them.
No, but I think it'd make a great story. Old people living under terrible conditions. Come on, we'll stop at the station and see if we can get a camera crew.
I ran off with a gas station attendant twice my age to get married in Mexico. When I was 17, I hitchhiked to New York, and for 2 months I was a rockette under an assumed name.
Tyler's Landing kind of pales in comparison.
I stand corrected. How did you
business? I will have you know that before you came to work here, honey, everything was my business. Now show me that paper.
I'm sorry, Blanche, I can't.
I knew you'd been hiding something. You no good backstabbing Jezebel. I demand you show me that paper.
I'm sorry, flattery won't work.
Rebecca, what a surprise.
Look at you. And you used to yell at me for wearing halter tops. Mama, I just got a job interview and I really need you to babysit for Aurora.
Okay, in this formation, you're lined up in a wishbone with the U back in motion. Any questions so far?
I've got a question, Coach Rose. Am I an X or an O?
You're an O, Freddie. You know what I don't understand? I don't understand why he sent you flowers at all. I mean, 2 days ago, you hated each other. And you know what else I don't understand? I don't understand how two people who go off to a business meeting end up in bed together. And you know what else I don't understand?
Dorothy, I'm about done with this side of the family tree. I think you have the papers there from the Roquet marriage.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, here. Walker Roquet married Rosalind Roquet, 1861. Rosalind was from... Uh-oh.
What? Damn, you're good.
Thank you, Dorothy. That makes me feel so much better. And to tell you the truth, I'm still not ashamed of what I did today. I mean, if Deborah Norville stopped for every serious news story that happened around her, she wouldn't be where she is today. I'd be perfect for this job. You see, I am the battered consumer. I drive a gremlin, for God's sake.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Will you accept the test?
You bet.
One of the most important parts of this job...
Work.
Then you'll stay.
Not so fast. You're gonna have to make a few changes around here first.
What kind of changes?
Like you can't hang around me all the time. You need your space, I need mine. Okay?
Okay, Ma.
So maybe I'll stick around and look hearing so much about.
Sophia, honey, that show hasn't been on in years.
Is Hotel still on?
Yes.
Hotel is still on and MASH isn't? How gullible do you think I am? Do I look like Donna Rice?
Be.
Why?
Well, because I realized too late that I'd put myself ahead of my children. And now I'd never have the chance to make up all the time I didn't spend with them. Why am I telling you this? I don't know. Maybe it's because deep down I wish you were really mine, so I could try. I was talking about patience. Rose, just tell Ernie that sex is not the most important part of a relationship. Just ask anybody married to an Englishman.
I'm gonna call Ernie right now. I think we have a lot to talk about.
Yes.
I love you.
I love you too. Goodbye, pussycat. Fasten your seatbelt, slut puppy. This ain't gonna be no cakewalk. Sausage and peppers, pasta pesto, and ziti with oil and garlic.
Ooh, ooh. And what's this?
Garbage. Rose cooked it.
This kitchen smells terrific. My chipped beef must be done. Oh, Sophia, would you like a little scoop on some lightly toasted white bread?
Who do I look like, Beetle Bailey?
Proud just to be running for city councilman. So good night. And remember my slogan, Gil Kessler for city councilman.
You call that a slogan?
Excuse me, sir.
Easy on the arm, Dorothy. You break it, you pay for it.
You're gonna take all the guff I got and you're gonna like it.
Oh, no, no, I will
All right, everybody, now shut the hell up. I'm in charge here. From now on, everyone listens to me.
Why should we listen to you?
Because I happen to be the most decorated pioneer scout in the history of northern Minnesota. I can build a 100-foot rope bridge.
Honey, you don't do too well under pressure. No, Rose, remember the time in the coffee shop when you didn't have enough money, so you ran into the ladies' room and tried to climb out through the skylight?
That doesn't happen anymore since I switched to decaf.
Well, I would volunteer, but I'm afraid I'd be too conspicuous.
Eric, have you lost all your pride?
No, but keep it up. We're getting there.
This is unforgivable.
Look, Ma, I admit I made a mistake with Stan tonight, but I will deal with it. I mean, this isn't going to ruin my life. It was wrong, I know that, but now it's over.
It better be, because I won't allow it. Not while...
Gadget, you didn't see the robbers.
One of the robbers of my mama's jewels.
Okay. We're getting the basic system.
Whatever.
But not from you, from your competitor.
What?
Because what you were trying to do was terrify us into spending more money than we have. Now get out of here before the victim of violent crime in this house is you. Oh, Ma, good news.
They changed the flavor of Haley's M.O.
I'm taking the dress back.
So?
So I'm sorry I lost my temper before. And Ma, I really would like you to go with me and help me pick out a dress. What do you say?
What do I say? I'm your mother, Dorothy. I was there for you when you needed...
And after Ma got everybody out of the water, people started trying our food.
And before we knew it, there wasn't a pizza or a quiche left on the shelf.
The place is a hit.
Sophia, I am very proud of you. Not only did you save the business, but you saved all those people from the shark.
I'll get the baby's things.
Come on, it's 6:30. We're already 5 minutes behind schedule. Rose, before you bring in the sauce, tell us what ingredient you added.
Well, I don't want to spoil the surprise. I'll give you a hint. They're sugary and they're great.
Take a blood test for her marriage. We find out it is not possible she is related to us. The hospital, there must have been some mix-up.
You mean they switched the babies?
Oh, but this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We can prove it. Dorothy, show him your driver's license. Don't even think about it.
What you're saying?
Blanche, what do you say?
I'll say go and have a good time.
Oh, thank you.
Blanche, that was sweet of you.
Well, Dorothy's a good friend. Besides, who knows? Maybe this guy will turn out to be cute.
I just found out I'm the most boring person alive.
Did something happen to Regis Philbin?
No. I was listing my accomplishments for the St. Olaf Woman of the Year, and it wasn't until I saw them in black and...
It's Christmas. Look, please have some cheesecake on me, all right?
Oh, well, that's very sweet.
My pleasure.
Now I know I'm depressed. I don't even want this cheesecake.
Are you ladies having a bad Christmas?
Oh, worse.
I'm a little down myself. I mean, it's tough working on Christmas Eve. I wish I had a little time to spend with my family.
Oh, we know exactly how you feel.
A distant cousin of mine married a local St. Olaf girl.
What was the girl's name?
Sonia Jungen...
Jungen Fraulich Steiner, bro?
You know her?
Know her? I was flower girl at the wedding. Well, of course, there were no...
And I'm Blanche.
Can I interest you in some arts and crafts?
This really bites.
Norman, what would you like to do?
Well, I like Army Men.
Oh, there was a colonel here on Tuesday, but he had to go back to the base.
Blanche, I think he means those little guys with the helmets.
Oh, I want to be loved by you alone. Kissed by you, just you and nobody else but you. I want
Vision. Luscious lips, full bosom. And behind so round. So firm you gotta fall down on your knees and cry out that it's a magnificent regal beauty. I'm a...
Dorothy, I may be a lot of things, but naive is not one of them. Face it, your friend Jean is seeing a married man.
Blanche, that is absolutely uncanny.
I wasn't born yesterday. Go ahead, it might relax you.
Oh. didn't make me relaxed. Just makes me want to burp. Probably burp and the pressure in the cabin will change and we'll...
Fine, rich, young black man off the top of my head.
Wait just a minute till I get a pencil.
Mama, I love Michael. I don't care about his color. Honey, it's just a phase. Ever since Diana Ross started marrying white men...
I'm gonna die.
Ma, the doctor says you're healthy as a horse. Well, actually, the doctor in our prepaid health plan says you're healthy as a camel. I assume in his country it's the same as a horse.
You know, Dorothy, for an extra $5, we can get a doctor who sees patients one at a time.
Ma, what are you doing?
Living. Pardonnez-moi.
I just can't study with the noise.
Fine, I'll stop breathing.
Look, I haven't studied since David arrived. My test is... What are you two doing up?
It's not important. Go back to bed.
Ma, it's 5:30 in the morning. It's a little early to be selling lunch.
We wanted to get the best corner before Johnny No Thumbs shows up with his lunch wagon.
Johnny No Thumbs?
Well, actually, he has several fingers missing from each hand.
Bacteria. My canasta club gives this hospital's Jell-O 3 stars.
Excuse me, are you the ladies who came in with Mrs. Nyland?
Yes, we are.
I'm Dr. Wallerstein. I've been treating her since she was brought in.
Oh, Dorothy, she's going to be all right. Her doctor's a Jew.
It was heartbreaking because, you know, when you sweat out a pilot and you're so thrilled, and I think he was more as excited as all the rest of us. And then to discover that the part had been cut had to be, I had such guilt feelings about it, but so much of our interaction took place at the...
Renee, Jenny just left for college. All your kids are gone. This is a perfectly legitimate problem.
It's the empty nest syndrome. When I had it, I didn't know what it was. I was just very depressed. By the time I figured out what it was, I was going to tell Charlie, but he died that night. I was so...
Sushi, raw fish, very good.
Whoops, that flew right out of my hand. That was delicious.
Yeah, must be. I just brought out. Excuse me.
Michael decided to take this.
Dorothy, that's our jacket. Do something.
I'm sorry, Rose. I left my flamethrower in my other purse.
Here, let me handle this. Listen here, mister. Now, I would like to have a word with you. I paid good money.
That you and Stan were in bed together. Isn't that silly? Oh, I mean, my loving sister and the man I despise most. Oh, God, the nightmare continues.
Surely, Rose, you have heard of women shaving above the knee.
Get out of here! Rose, you say that one more time and we will.
I never heard of anything like that before. When men see that you shave your legs above the knee, what does that say to them?
Hopefully. Right. An over-the-hill school teacher who has to wait for the phone to ring to know if she's going to work that day.
It doesn't matter what your parents want. Rose, you're never going to make them happy. They're just going to nag you until you want to grab their throats and choke them. But you don't because you're in a hospital with... Yesterday, Kate came to me crying. She was more hurt than I had ever seen her before.
Well, Dorothy,
Please, I want you to understand what that does to a parent. Seeing your child hurt is worse than any pain you can possibly feel yourself. Try not to argue with Phil's wife.
We get along okay. Phil's wife has her good points. She's sweet, she's reliable, and when her father gets out of prison, she'll be a wealthy woman. Let's roll, Rose. I'm leaking clam sauce.
About me?
I don't see Blanche.
Oh, she said she'd be over right after her hair up.
You about the same thing. I'm not going.
What?
Don't faint, but you were right when you said I should go out and make new friends. So, I took your advice. I met some nice people at the center, and this weekend we're all going to Cancun. Looks like you and what's-his-name will have to go to the Bahamas without me.
You just met the...
Dylan, and then making love in the mud.
You went to Woodstock?
Well, actually, it was the movie, but afterwards we did go home and make love in the mud.
I guess the 60s were a confusing time for all of us, Blanche.
Oh, gee, I'd forgotten I had these candlesticks. They were Mother's. Oh, they'd be perfect for the alcove.
Besides, it's always next year.
Well, I've made a decision. I'm going to throw myself into charity. I'm going to spend all my free time making other people's lives better. I lost sight of the real goal. It isn't about fancy banquets. It isn't about getting your name and...
No money. If he still wants to come in, he just wants to see me naked.
Hello. I'm Dr. Clayton. I'm here to see Sophia Petrillo.
Oh, please, come right in. I'm Dorothy, Sophia's daughter, and I usually look much better. This is my friend Rose.
Hello. A man? You know, a man.
No.
Yes.
What about your father? You mean you never saw your father?
My father? Oh, no, my father!
Oh, no, I just have something in my eye.
That's dog love in your eyes.
All right, I admit it. I love dogs. It just breaks my heart that dog is gone.
I know. I felt the same way when I dropped him off. That's why I stopped.
But once, when a guy...
Get in here.
Interesting place, Blanche.
Oh, thank you. But so bright. Oh, here, let me dim the lights a little.
Blanche, when is Becky coming? I want to make sure that Ma's all moved into my room.
I'm picking her up at 10:30.
How come when company comes, I always have to sleep with Dorothy? How come I always get the short stick?
It's because you are the short stick. Put that down.
Why?
Since you're sleeping with me, no more liquid till Becky leaves.
Dorothy, do you think this necklace compliments my bosom?
Blanche, if that necklace could cheer, I'm sure it would.
Well, you know, this necklace is a priceless heirloom. It belonged to my Grammy. I've only worn it 3 times in my whole life, and each occasion marked the...
Klingenhofer did?
She certainly did. Thank you for pointing that out, Rose. Good night.
Dorothy, you know Sonia Klingenhofer?
Know her? She's from St. Olaf, isn't she? Lovely woman. See you.
Wait a minute. Sonia's not a woman.
I know. She's a cow.
Tell me a story. What? Tell me a story. It always worked when I was a little girl.
I don't know any stories.
Make one up.
All right. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears.
Not that one.
Pigs.
No.
Elephants. And they lived with a little girl named Rose.
The elephants lived in the house?
They were elephant dolls.
The girls part company and head for America, never to see one another again. Rose, one of those girls was me. The other one you probably know as Mama Celeste. Meal and black bananas.
Mom, I'll do that.
No, you will not.
You don't have to clean up after
I
me.
enjoy doing it.
Yeah, why not double your fun?
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Blanche.
Honey, how's your back?
Terrible.
Well, the doc...
Well, closure. I'm not going there to try to win you back. I'm going there to try to get over you.
Go around her. It takes less time.
The doctor feels that if you would maybe join me at a session or 2, I might be able to work through my attachment that much sooner. What do you say, babe?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to give it some thought.
No! After I spread the ashes and said a little prayer, I went down to City Hall and I told them what I had done. And I pointed out that it might not be such a good idea to disturb a person's final resting place. And it doesn't look like they're going to cut the tree down after all.
Rose, that's lovely. Odd, but lovely.
Happened to me once. Before my mama sent me off to beauty camp, I was a pencil-thin, flat-chested, four-eyed nerd.
I don't believe it. You, pencil thin?
Ma, it was me.
That's for lying. Dorothy, you quit 15 years ago. You told me you'd never smoke again.
I know, Ma, I'm sorry. Oh, you know, I quit once, I can quit again.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Max the Blushing Groom.
Well, how was the honeymoon?
Truly caprified.
Hi, girls. How's it going?
Well, Angela, what are you doing here?
My brother wants to try out for the telethon.
I got a song I used to sing with my partner. We call ourselves a Tino and a Fino.
I'm warning you, Angelo. No political stuff. We don't want to have any trouble. All right, you twisted my arm.
It's good.
It's delicious.
It's garbage.
Ma, what are you talking about?
You can't fool me. I watched your faces. Neither one of you got the look.
What look?
The look that every cook knows and dreams of.
Well, it's just nice to know there's still people out there who don't think the city's out to get them. Somebody moving in?
Well, hardly. With the three of us renting from Blanche, we're practically sleeping on top of each other.
Oh, you can't do that.
Well, we all wear pajamas.
Obviously, the scale is broken.
I'm not surprised after that kind of punishment.
All right, Rose, you think you're so tiny? Why don't you get weighed?
Oh, I don't need to, Dorothy. I never gain weight.
Show us, Rose.
Well, okay, but I can promise you I weigh exactly the same as I did on my wedding day.
Fixed it.
Oh, my God, Blanche, this bed is vibrating.
It better be at these prices.
Blanche, I don't think any of this was a very good idea.
I know what you need. Some music. You need some nice, soothing music.
Shrink, that chicks really eat that stuff up. Anyway, Catherine and I fell in love, and on the spur of the moment, we decided to get married. The wedding is a week from tonight, and you're all invited. I talked to the kids. They said they're going to try and fly in. Well, I got to go now. I'm on my way to surprise Catherine with this.
An amateur consultant had a few recommendations on how to improve my show.
They were only suggestions. Some ideas I had that I thought would help the show.
Oh, like changing the theme song?
Well, I mean, frankly, the lyrics are a bit inane.
I wrote those lyrics.
How did Dorothy get you? Wouldn't it, Blanche? I mean, Reagan's only responsible for half the problem. I have to write to Gorbachev, too.
Rose, honey, you can't be serious.
Dorothy, I'm taking my troop on a camp out in 2 weeks. I don't want this nuclear nonsense spoiling our fun. A well-written, thoughtful...
In my behind.
So what was so disturbing?
Well, I woke up and I'd only gotten to sleep with Steve Gutenberg. And I'm not even sure who he is. Well, what are y'all doing up?
I just couldn't sleep.
That's a cranberry juice. Definitely Ocean Terrace.
Definitely Feinstein, except she pronounces it Feinstein. Harriet Feinstein, you want me to say hello for you?
Would you mind? We're very close.
No problem.
Hey, Alvin, I have an...
And I'm still paying for an encyclopedia that my son used just once to look up sexual genitalia female.
Mrs. Beatty, it's not that. It's about your husband.
He dumped you.
Okay, sure.
Great. Good night.
Good night. Well, what do you think?
He's quite a man.
Oh, he certainly is, Rose.
Oh, I'm glad you both feel that way because I think Jonathan's going to ask me to marry him.
Ought to be. No, I was talking about Mr. William Buster Collier, the president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, that presidential inauguration.
You know, Buster wanted me to be his first lady, but He died 2 days later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was performing his first official function, breaking a bottle of champagne.
No matter what you do, everything stays where it's supposed to. Now, when you lean over, it looks like somebody's let the air out of your face.
What?
Honey, lean over a mirror sometime and take a look at yourself.
Where's a mirror?
There's one in the tool drawer.
My father, Big Daddy, that I would never get serious about anybody he didn't approve of. Since he is dead, I feel...
Oh, for God's sake, Blanche.
Well, I guess I could always tell him that he's too good for me.
Sometimes the truth is best.
We're both asleep. Why are you just getting in?
Because the justice system in America is an imperfect and sluggish piece of antiquated machinery.
We were in the slammer.
Our cute little pal stole some money.
Well, and everybody was paying such close attention. I just kind of got caught up in the moment. But it's lonely at the top. I don't want to be leader anymore. I nominate Dorothy. Dorothy, you're leader. What are you going to do?
My first official act is to banish you from my kingdom.
Oh, you moved in that same day. But after I saw what I had to choose from, you seemed like a gift from heaven. You wouldn't believe some of the people I interviewed. Well, I think that about completes our tour, Madame Zelda. Anything else I can tell you about the place?
Yes. Was a young woman in a...
How did you ever pull that off?
I work in the public school system. It's not that different from this.
Blanche, I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Oh,
I
that's all right.
apologize.
No, don't you worry about it. I think we're all on edge.
This has to be the biggest disappointment of my life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're a slut.
Oh, slut!
Don't repeat everything I say.
Don't repeat everything you say. I'm not repeating everything you say.
You just did.
I did not. Nothing you say is worth repeating.
You, Blanche, are an amoral, backstabbing, self-centered Jezebel. And I am very glad that this happened, because now I know really what kind of person you are.
We really pulled it out of the fire, didn't we, babe?
We sure did.
It felt nice, you and me, working together as a team again.
It did feel nice.
Reminds me when we were first married.
We sure had some good times.
So,
And I'm not dressed, thank God.
Hi, neighbors. Welcome home.
Hi, Harry. What brings you here today?
You called me and told me you were here. So, I remember you asked me to save your mail for you while you were gone?
So I did. Thank you, Harry. You're just about the...
Who had gotten your first job?
yeah, back then you could give blood every week. Remember the time your mother took care of the baby? It was our first time alone in a year.
You bought me wine and flowers, I remember.
Remember how much fun we had in that apartment that night?
I remember.
Please understand, I come from a very religious family.
I can't believe this. I've been agonizing over this relationship, and now you have the nerve
Rose,
to say...
please lower your voice. People are staring at you.
Staring at me? They're staring at you.
Well, yes, but I'm used to it. I'm a very snappy dresser.
Say, live with him? That's right, Sophia. Not marry him, live with him.
Yes.
2 world wars, a Polish pope, and now this. I may live to see CBS come up with a morning show yet.
I just don't know what to do.
Well, way is not the answer. Whoa! Oh, I'm sorry, Mario. I never realized that ripping off a nose would leave that big a hole. Anyway, I read a story once that said that in America...
Jumped on his stallion and rode that horse thief down, and then to teach me a lesson about the justice system, Granddaddy dragged that horse thief into court, with me as the star witness. I had to testify in front of a packed courtroom.
You must have been terrified.
Oh, honey, I was. I didn't know what to wear. I just haven't found a thing today. I don't look right in American clothes. I have a more European body.
in Europe, do they all have big butts, too? Oh, Dorothy, you scared me. What are you doing up so late?
Honey, do you know what's behind that wall that you're banging on?
A lateral fusion pipe.
And do you know what's on the other side of that lateral fusion pipe?
No.
My head! I will continue to see Glenn for as long as I please.
Is he gonna leave his wife?
Ma, for the first time in a long time, I am really happy. So please leave me alone.
If you're so happy, how come I hear you pacing in your room night after night?
I can't sleep. I have a lot on my mind.
My God, I've left brain cells all over the eastern seaboard.
Where's Ma?
Who?
Ma, where's Ma?
In the cemetery in St. Ola. Why do you want to know?
Because I thought we'd all go out and...
As I ran out of cash, I need to borrow $30.
$30? Michael, you're an adult. Do you really want to beg your mother for $30?
Fine. Forget it. You know, I hate this. Whenever I need money, you make me feel like I'm asking.
All right.
Isn't Rebecca here with the baby yet?
Oh, no, she called and said she'd be a little late. You know, Blanche, it's so nice to see you take this much of an interest in your granddaughter.
Well, I have to. Jason thinks the baby's mine. Well, don't look at me that way. The other great Southern writers like... all those that are so famous they need not be mentioned. Oh, girls, it's going to be so exciting. I am going to make a fortune. And I won't even have to use my imagination. My life is a romance novel.
What happened?
She shot my balls.
Thank God, I hated that thing. What are you doing shooting? Are you crazy? I heard a noise. I thought it was the robbers. I managed to live 81 years. I survived pneumonia, 2 operations, a stroke. One night I'll belt.
I can't help it. I'm so upset. Seeing my sorority sisters was just dreadful.
Oh, what happened?
It was just as if time had stood still for 30 years. Every woman there looked wonderful. They'd hardly aged at all.
I saw a movie like that once. All the women were sucked up into flying saucers.
I quit my job at Borealis. I'm going back to teaching, which means I'm really going to have to tighten the purse strings around here.
And this affects me how?
Ma, you're not making this any easier. I quit because I wasn't happy there. Would you want me to stay someplace I was... That's how I'd feel.
I remember the first time anybody ever called me a widow. I was terribly lonely and depressed. Just missing George, something awful. Finally, my best friend, Rebecca Sue Bliss, persuaded me to join her for a night out. Well, we no sooner stepped through the door into the Boots and Saddle Grill than these 2 big, brawny truckers came over and...
Bringing a pine log? Check a bull for a hernia?
I guess the really rough part is getting him to turn his head and cough.
Come on, Rose, pick a category we can compete in.
All right, what about that dance marathon? Whose butt got whooped that night?
How did you know that...
Me just a little. Thank you.
You know, I have been practicing law for many, many years. And it's always amazed me how little my job actually had to do with justice.